Structure h4 played, brilliant call by Berkas. King takes d4 is not possible due to h3, and thanks to this move, white wins. I mean, black wins.
And Vitukov will just have to take both pawns and pray, but that's a completely winning endgame. Black will just move the king up to f5 and pick off the remaining 2 pawns. This is resign time for the Russian Grandmaster.
Yeah, absolutely stunning performance by Berkas,
who I think lost one of the first games in the previous round. I don't remember.
I mean, he lost his very first game against Dalini, and then he bounced back, and then he went on to beat Boris Gelfand in the previous round.
Incredible. And there's one other game still going. Salem is going to save a completely lost endgame against Bardia Daneshvar, who is no stranger to the rapid tiebreaks in the World Cup. He defeated Alexander Grishuk in the previous round, and now he is once again down to the wire. The next game will determine the match.
Wow, yeah, basically then we can maybe jump there, because here we will not be seeing any big surprises.
There is the Salem Daneshvar game. 5 minutes on the clock for black to white's 10 seconds.
So you kept an eye. That was the key issue, yeah? That the time ticked out for Bardia.
Yeah, he was winning for a long time. There was no forced win, but he was a pawn up in the end game. Just ticked down too much on the clock, and he was unable to find the conversion. Although yesterday, it was Salem who messed up a drawn rook endgame. That could have taken the match. Bardia Daneshvar just will not go down in this tournament.
But actually, that defense that we discovered there was a study-like defense. So I cannot really fault Salem for not finding that brilliant defense that we, thanks to computer, understood.
For sure. Everything makes so much sense when you've got the computer. Niels Grandelius also won a sparkling positional game against Bassem Amin to jump out with a 1-0 victory. Bassem will have the white pieces, but he will have to win the game. Now, these moves are a moot point. The result of the game is not in question.
Yes. Yeah, basically then we can also... But probably the Vitukov game has already ended. It looked like it's game over there.
Let me check. It is over. Yes, Ferenc Berkish has won with the black pieces, and he is one of the hardest players to beat with black in this whole tournament. Peter, I'm sure you know that. There was a stretch where Berkish hadn't lost a game in something like 5 years with the white pieces.
Yes, I mean, Berkish is extremely tough, an incredible fighter, a legend. It's great to see him doing so well. At the same time, I'm also very good friends with Nikita. I'm feeling very sorry for Nikita for losing this first game, but the match is not yet over. I mean, Berkish will do everything not to lose, but Nikita will do everything to try to win.
Especially because of the bad taste in his mouth. I think from the previous World Cup, Peter, or maybe it was 2 World Cups ago, where he had that famous Armageddon game against Yu Yangyi, in which the Chinese Grandmaster blundered 2 pawns in the opening. It was totally winning, and Nikita Vitukov unfortunately managed to essentially find the only way to let his opponent back in the game. It was a devastating moment, and he will really try to redeem himself in this tournament.
Yes, yeah, so much nerves. Everybody has his own fate. It's just crazy. And that's it, draw. Agreed? Salem saves this game. This match will be dramatic. I mean, it's just the beginning.
It is just the beginning, and it is just the beginning of this very long day of tiebreaks. This was the final game of the first match game, of the first tiebreaker. Remember that if the players go 1-1, then they continue to play mini matches with a reduced time control until a winner is declared. Folks, do not go anywhere. This was just the tip of the iceberg. So many players are in a must-win situation, a lot of them with the black pieces, and we will see impassioned efforts to stay in this match and stay in Baku and make sure that they head not to Heydar Aliyev International Airport, but back to the playing hall tomorrow. We will be back in just a couple of minutes with more World Cup action.
Hi, I'm Grandmaster Anish and welcome to Left-Hand Repertoires 1e4. The so-called Latvian gambit is horrible. F5, knight takes e5. This is not how chess is played. He played too many moves with pawns and the queen and didn't develop his light pieces. And if knight e4, this is a very important trick to remember. Many people fall for it actually. Knight to b5, brilliant IT, ab, and queen g7, and after rook f8, bishop h6. Queen c5 and f3, and surprisingly, queen f2 is almost checkmate, but it's not. If your opponent wants to be solid, we go for the aggressive for the kill. If your opponent wants us to go for the kill, we play simple chess. And just use the fact that we have more space in the center, clear-cut plans, and nothing to worry about.
Okay, if I lose a game before I go to sleep, I have to play until I win. And once I win a game, then I will play another. Why isn't my chess rating going up?
there it is, the playing hall with the big timer over in the distance. 57 seconds on the clock before the start of the second match game here in round 3 of the 2023 World Cup. We hope you're enjoying our coverage, ladies and gentlemen. Grandmaster Peter Leko, Grandmaster Daniel Naroditsky chopping it up for you today. So many must-win situations in the second game of these first rapid matches. Peter, we will start from the women's section, which also featured a lot of crazy affairs. But in the open section, so many victories and so many difficult situations, particularly for some of the highest rated players.
Yeah, it's incredible, tough tie breaks. We have witnessed this. I mean, Alexandra Kosteniuk has lost her first game, so she needs to win on demand with the white pieces.
Her opponent, Teodora Iac from Slovenia. The good news is that Sasha has the white pieces, and she's an incredibly dangerous player with white. I'm expecting one e4, and e4 it is. Will we see a Rui Lopez?
No, she plays bishop c4. This is her specialty. The Italian, and she plays, and she doesn't play in a classical fashion. She usually plays some tactical lines, more forcing lines. I know, not today she goes for the, probably expecting that her opponent might be prepared against all the force concrete lines, she goes for the slow Italian.
d3 and c3, the main line, and her opponent carrying out all of the standard moves. Black and castle. I always struggle with the move orders here, when to play d6, when to play a6, and Teodora does commit to the move d6, and Kosteniuk, of course, brings the knight out to d2. There is also the early bishop g5 variation, but it seems like this game will not necessarily be decided by the course of the opening.
Yeah, it will be a slow game. She just wants to make, Alexandra wants to make sure that she plays with all the pieces on the board. She will have plenty of chance to maneuver her pieces. I'm guessing that maybe the idea of knight bd2 is that she wants to play the bishop b3 setup and try to maybe go h3, knight f1, knight g3 before committing to short castles. Because otherwise, if you don't want to do that, then there is no real point. And she goes for knight f1 immediately.
Great call. I know Rauf Mamedov is a big specialist in these positions, and we've played over the board blitz where he played this h3 g4 idea without castling. And in a short time control situation, it's practically very difficult to figure out the response, figure out when to play d5, when to tuck the bishop away on a7. So some interesting opening ideas displayed by Alexandra Kosteniuk. But how is she going to follow up? There's h3. Are we going to see g4, Peter, or do you think she is going to, in fact, play this more traditionally with the knight to g3?
I think knowing the match situation, she will definitely go for the g4 plan, but in order to do that, you have to first remove that bishop from c4 to b3 to avoid any kind of d6, d5 breaks. The queen from d1 usually goes to e2, guarding the e4 pawn. She falls back with the bishop to a7, and I wanted to highlight that one thing black shouldn't be doing right now to castle short very quickly, because that runs into an incredible dangerous mating attack eventually with g4, knight g3, g5, opening up the g file. So just, yeah, bishop a7, bishop b3 happen. Maybe bishop e6 is a nice little move now, because I don't believe that white wants to trade the line square bishops.
Agreed. I mean, especially since white is trying to play g4, you want to keep the pieces on the board. And I misspoke a little bit earlier. Teodora Iac is from Serbia, not Slovenia. So a big moment here for black. And you definitely shouldn't castle when you have that pawn on h6. This is what's called a hook in chess, and the reason it's called that is because when the pawn reaches g5, it hooks the pawn on h6, and this makes matters so much worse for black, because she will basically have to take on g5 and allow the bishop to generate an eternal pin against the knight. I really like this choice for Kosteniuk. I think she's gotten exactly the kind of rich position that you want to get in a must-win scenario.
Yes, her plan is quite clear. The big question is that what happens if her opponent really just plays a move like bishop e6 and she does it on the board?
So bishop c2.
Now, yeah, because sometimes in the Italian one does not want to play bishop e6 because you think like, okay, bishop takes e6, f takes e6, and it's a slow positional affair. Maybe white can try to squeeze that position, but knowing the match situation, white will never have the nerves to try to squeeze something very little. So in this regard, I believe that white has to play the move bishop b3 to c2 back. Then black also gets ideas like maybe just queen e7, push d5, even eventually going for long castle, depending how white will react on the king side.
And, you know, two can tango. White has this g4 idea, but if black is making motions to castle queenside, then black can also join in the party and push g5 and potentially g4. The more I look at this, the more I like this idea of queen e7 long castle. Now, black also has a hook on the queen side. So white, of course, will very likely send her pawns up the board, b4, a4, b5. And if black pushes d5, we're just going to get complete pandemonium on the board, Peter. This will get super wild if black plays and executes the plan with long castle.
Yeah, I mean, I think that just by the first couple of moves, we can see that the black player is a very nice player. I mean, she feels the position, yeah, and this is always, in my opinion, very important, you know, that you don't just play your opening, but you understand and feel it. And now that white is trying to trick there on the king side with this knight b2, knight f1, h3 move order, black is not playing the automatic thematic short castle. She played h6, a6, bishop a7, making all the flexible moves. And I believe that she is now deciding between queen e7, queen d7, or should she push d5. Those are her main candidate moves.
A big decision, and Ignaz will likely spend some time on it, and perhaps we could take that time to switch back to the open section. We will keep an eye on the former women's world champion as she tries to deliver on an on-demand win. But in the open section, we've got pandemonium on a couple of the boards. In particular, I'd like for us first to travel to the bird's eye view, which we have open there. But it looks like Nijata Basov is throwing the kitchen sink at Anish Giri, which is exactly what you need to do if you are to defeat Anish Giri in a must-win situation. So I'm going to pull that game up. And Peter, is this justified? Is this crazy? Does this have any chance of success, what Abasov is doing on the king side?
Well, actually, I think this is some kind of an idea. I do recall this, that this h4 and then knight e5, g4 is approved by the computer in similar positions. And look at the evaluation bar. Evaluation bar says that it's a legitimate idea. It's not a complete desperate that I need to win and only that's why you push. No, it's a sound strategical idea. Black is not yet has established control of the d5 square, and white wants to break. For example, if black plays the most natural move bishop d7 to c6, then white goes g4, g5, and after h takes g5, h takes g5, suddenly we feel that this could be dangerous because the thematic move would be knight f6 to d5. But I don't believe that in this position this is so good. White might just follow it up with something like queen g4, and I don't know, g6 is hanging in the air. It's a very risky situation.
And it's so important that white's king isn't unsafe here. White's pieces are serving both an attacking and a defensive purpose. The queen on g4 is a very powerful attacking piece, but it is also defending the pawn on g5 and neutralizing the placement of black's queen. A move like knight f5 no longer comes with the threat, and white could continue to neutralize black's attacking chances by eliminating black's strongest piece on c6 and later on dropping the bishop to d3. So this looks very unappetizing. Anish has put a piece on the c6 square, but not the bishop. Rather, he's played knight to c6, and he's trying to douse the flames of white's attack by trading off the knight on e5. I think Abasov is going to play g5 automatically. It's the only reasonable move. And will we see knight takes c5, Peter, and then d takes c5, opening up the d file?
Yeah, we might be seeing. I mean, what I wanted to highlight that usually I believe that now Anish was a little bit shocked by this g4 because the maneuver that he used, it's a classical Queen's Gambit idea against the isolated pawn, this knight h5. If we just back to move 11, because this is a very standard position, a very important technique how to solve the problems with black. Knight h5, you provoke the trade on e7, and after bishop e7, knight e7, this was a common knowledge that now black just goes back with the knight to f6, plays bishop d7, bishop c6, and has nothing to worry about. It's a very safe and solid position, and from this, just in a couple of moves, we get that fireworks on the board.
a4, first on the queen side, then h4 on the king side. Abasov playing like a beginner. No, he's playing far from beginner chess. This is very, very powerful, interesting modern chess, h4 and g4. Of course, he played the move a4 to prevent queenside expansion with b5, and they are making moves at breakneck pace. g5 is on the board, and Anish Giri has decided to trade on g5, the engine censuring that move in very strong terms. Why? Because apparently opening up the h-file is something that black will pay the price for. The queen can come out to h5, and Peter, I think most importantly, after knight takes e5, there is now the move rook takes e5, and then once the knight drops back to h7, white's queen can join in the attack via h5. This is looking mighty promising for white.
I think we are seeing here something which is quite shocking, that Anish got out prepared. There was an opening idea which he was not aware of, and he might have underestimated, because you mentioned, and we spoke about this, that it's 25 minutes rapid game. You shouldn't be rushing. And if you are really surprised, shocked by this g4, he should have spent much more time. If now things get out of control, after AG, and now he starts to think, if he realizes that, yeah, knight e5, rook e5, and then the queen comes, it might be checkmate. It could be one move too late.
And if we pull up an analysis board, there was a big difference. Picture 5, rook takes e5, knight h7, right? We get the same position after queen h5. But here, the h-file is not open, which means that g takes h6 is just not as serious of a threat. Black can play a move like queen b6 and counter-strike at the other side of the board. Now compare this to the same position with the h-file open. It makes a world of difference. And I won't need to compare it because this is all happening. Knight takes e5 is on the board. If Abbasov plays rook takes e5 and queen h5, and black tries to do the same thing, white wins the game in very prosaic fashion just by moving the king up and involving the other rook. It was a panicky, emotional decision by Anish to take on g5, and if Abbasov takes with the rook, then he's got excellent chances to convert this attack into a much-needed full point.
Yeah, and what is more shocking, the game has just started. I mean, when do we ever hear something like this, that Anish Giri can be caught in the opening? And somehow it just shows the nerves and how tense the players are, that he was not able to keep his nerves under check. Yeah, that you shouldn't be rushing. You have to spend 10-15 minutes, even if it's necessary, to understand how you're gonna defend that kingside. Probably he underestimated. He felt like this is a desperate attack, but in fact, no, this is a very serious idea.
You're absolutely right, and this is a big moment for Nijat Abbasov. Of course, g takes f6 is a blunder, so he is deciding between DE and rook takes e5, and Abbasov is the one taking his time. But d takes e5 makes no sense to me, because opening up the d file only acts in black's favor, because once black moves bishop c6, then the queens will be in a standoff and black will generate active counterplay along that d file. So I have no doubt in my mind that Nijat will take rook takes e5, and queen h5 also plays itself.
Exactly, and also rook takes e5 protects the g5 pawn. Yeah, this is what else you can ask for. Yeah, if d takes e5, you feel like the knight moves and you have trouble, and he takes, of course, rook e5.
On the board, knight h7, instantly the response. Giri kind of playing this like a bullet game.
Yeah, now queen h5 comes, and that will be the moment when he will slow down, but it might be just too late.
There's queen h5. And what are white's specific attacking ideas here? I think the most devastating threat is king g2 and rook h1, as indicated earlier. You want to keep the rook on e5 because it is guarding the g5 pawn. Under no circumstances do you move that rook away and allow queen takes g5 check.
Yeah, and the problem is that, okay, basically we can say that rook c8 would be kind of a natural move, try to kick that bishop away from c4. If the bishop falls back to dc, then we might play g6. White probably plays the move queen h6. The sacrifice on g6 doesn't look dangerous. But the big question is then, once you push g6, that how do you untangle yourself? Because the sacrifice will be looming in the air.
Yeah, queen h6 is possible. Queen h4 might be more accurate here in order to keep the d4 square, the d4 pawn under supervision, so that when black moves the bishop to c6, there is no threat. But the engine also, for whatever reason, proposes the move bishop a2, keeping the bishop on the a2 g8 diagonal, Peter. Maybe it's to discourage the move bishop c6 and keep the pressure on e6. I don't think that's a very human move. I think we will see bishop d3 on the board if Anish moves his rook into position with rook c8.
Well, I also believe that now both players, I mean, Anish has already clearly slowed down. He feels the danger. I mean, he knows that, oh my God, what I have done. I have no right to make one more inaccuracy. It might cost me the game. And Abbasov should slow down. He got a chance. This is what he's dreaming of in a must-win situation. There is just no reason for him to rush. He has 23 minutes. He already has a devastating attack going. I mean, also just some simple rook a1 to e1, rook 1 to e3, and rook h3. These very simple maneuvering ideas with devastating effect. So the move bishop a2 you mentioned makes also a tremendous amount of sense.
And it's not like you're committing permanently to that diagonal. You could play bishop b1 when the moment is right to get the bishop onto the b1 h7 diagonal and hit the knight and provoke g6 and, you know, perhaps even sacrifice on g6 if you can bring the other rook into the attack. So incredible chances here for Nijat Abbasov. And maybe as Anish Giri ponders his very difficult defensive task, we can switch to another one of the many must-win situations that the top players are facing. Okay, I'm kind of looking around the horn here to see what interesting games we have. We've got the Wesley So game, but that is still in its initial stages. Any preference, Peter, maybe the Nepo game? What kind of catches your eye? What do you have the Jones for here?
Well, I mean, okay, we can check out how much risk Rauf is willing to take with the black pieces, or how is he trying. Okay, all right, so we got that same Rossolimo that we have seen before. Black has now sacrificed or was forced to sacrifice the pawn. We do see that Jan used that knight b3 idea in a slightly different circumstances than what we analyzed yesterday, but definitely he learned from computer that idea. Rauf at the same time has nothing to lose. He lost the first game with the white pieces. He has to try to strike back, so he will go all in on the king side.
Indeed, that's top left next to Caruana Yilmaz on your screen. You see the bird's eye view there. We'll delve into that game in just a second. But yeah, some sort of a weird Rossolimo. They had a Rossolimo in their second classical game, and that one went very well for Rauf Mamedov. This one is looking really suspicious to me. Yeah, I'm not buying it.
Yeah, well, it's like some total all-in, but white has no bad pieces. All of white's pieces make perfect sense. The bishop on e3 is a lovely piece which controls the center, controls the king side, sits on the right diagonal, putting pressure on the a7 pawn. White also has this fantastic grip on the queen side with pawn on a5, knight on a4. The c5 square is totally under control. White is ready to play rook a d1. So what black can do is something like h5, h4, yeah, push that h pawn.
Yeah, of course. Okay, bishop h6 is not really a serious idea. And the question, I guess, for Jan is, does he prioritize the move rook a to d1 and try to get pieces off the board via the d file, or does he operate on the queen side with something like knight bc5 and maybe even b4, b5? What seems to be more natural to you?
I mean, to me, the move rook a d1 looks very natural. Yeah, it's already played, and black is the one who says, you know what, I'm in a must-win situation, I have no right to trade pieces. Black goes away to 8, which means that he has also given up the d file.
And now, of course, the appeal of bishop c5 is increased, but I would not play bishop c5 and help the black queen reach a square that it wants to go to anyway. Maybe a prophylactic move like king h1 is what the doctor ordered here, just getting your king to a safer square and taking the sting out of some of black's kingside ideas. But Jan, he is not hesitating, and he is about to make a move, and it is knight somewhere. Is it knight c3? I'm having a hard time figuring it out. It is knight c3.
Wow, so yeah, black pushes h4. I mean, okay, basically black's moves are absolutely clear. He has to advance that h pawn. It's the only chance. Now, for example, h3 from black, g3, knight g2, that would suddenly give nice compensation for black, so white stops that.
h3 on the board. And this is the problem for Rauf. If he plays g5, I think white will automatically play f3 and create the light square blockade, slowing down, permanently preventing black's pawn storm on the king side.
Yes, and then basically there might only be some sacrifice on h3 at some point, which can break something on the king side, but white will always keep an eye on that. Yeah, white can also then hide that king on h2, nicely reinforcing the protection of the h3 pawn. At some point, the move knight a4 to c3 also indicates that Jan might consider trading that knight with knight e2, and yeah, it will be very difficult for Ralph. Also, the problem, once you push g6, g5, then the queen will never get access to the g5 square, which would also be a big pity.
Well, this is looking very, very hard for Ralph to win. He has to win. He lost the first game with white. And I honestly think the difficulty of beating someone like Jan on demand with the black pieces cannot be overstated. Of course, Jan is a tactical player. He's an enterprising player. But when he wants to play solidly, he can. Any top grandmaster can play solidly when they want to.
Yes, well, it a lot depends on opening. Yeah, if suddenly somehow your opponent manages to trick you into some dangerous territory, that's the danger. But if they get discomfort and they know exactly what to do, then it's extremely difficult.
Indeed. Some sense is how to keep on balance. Maybe he just plays something calm like bishop e6, but how do you meet the obvious knight jump to c5? I think that his winning chances are practically nil.
He goes g5. Basically, the problem is that nothing moves on the queen side. Yeah, this bishop on e3 eyes the a7 pawn. If bishop e6 happens, as you mentioned, knight c5 comes, which is a problem. I'm expecting the move f3, as you mentioned. It's a very nice move, just stabilizing everything on the king side. And then the question appears again for black. Please make a next move, because bishop c6, knight c5, and then the knight trades that bishop on e6. That's again not something that black want to allow.
Indeed. Let's switch games here. I think Jan has this clearly under control. Where to from here? We have a couple of games that we haven't looked at yet. We've got the Caruana game that we can check into. Mustafa Yilmaz has to win in order to stay in the match.
Yes, he needs to win on demand against Fabi. Okay, usually he is a he's a knight of player, and Fabi says, losing. You know what? No e4 to you. I mean, I'm just gonna be super professional, and Fabiano went for d4, knight f6, c4, e6, knight f3, a super solid way to play.
Yeah, and he's about to win the exchange here. This went very wrong for Mustafa, and you can just see it written all over his face, just his body language indicating that he knows his time in Baku is probably coming to an end. Now, Fabi can take on a8, Peter, but I don't think he should rush with that move. He can also play in the center with knight takes c6 and then e4. How do you squeeze the most out of this position, given that all you really want is a draw?
Yeah, that's the trick. I mean, if you are in a must-win situation, then we probably know that, okay, you take the exchange and then, okay, you believe that you will win. But if you take the exchange, you somewhat give black stability in the position. And really, it looks so promising that we might be tempted to go for things like e4. But maybe also no need for any fancy business. Okay, Fabi has a very pleasant choice. He has a lot of time. Clearly, he completely out-prepared his opponent. I mean, Mustafa is a player whose strength is, I think, that he likes to play objective chess. Yeah, and if he can play his objective chess, then he's extremely strong because he believes in what he's doing. But now that he was in a must-win situation, he made decisions that he would have never ever done, and he's out of his comfort zone.
And I think that's a great point, which we have to factor in when we judge the playing strength of certain players. It's easy to look at this and say, oh, you know, he played terribly. How could he have allowed this position in 14 moves? But again, this is a completely different chess that we're talking about when you have to win with black against someone like Fabiano Caruana. You play moves, like you said, that you would never play. You play openings that are not habitual for you, that you're not comfortable with. And more often than not, just like an onside kick in American football, it's got a 10% success rate. and yet you have to try it. Fabi plays it simple. He takes a8. He's probably just going to go maybe knight f3, maybe rook a c1. I think he's just enjoying himself at this point.
Yes, I mean, okay, he knows exactly that nothing can happen to him. The bishop from f4 can also reach the long diagonal, for example, after the trades on c6, yeah, bishop e5. And then you make sure that even maybe with queen c3, double on the diagonal, that the knight from f6 will never be able even to move to d7. And then you just sit, play b4, queen b3, e3, and enjoy your life.
Yeah, well, this is looking very, very difficult for Mustafa. It's a moot point whether he draws or loses. The fact of the matter is that scoring a win here down in exchange for woefully insufficient compensation will be a Herculean task. Well, we will keep an eye on this task. I'd like to look into Wesley's game. It's been a while since we've checked into that match, and they also have a pretty interesting, unbalanced struggle. The last game ended in a draw. Wesley escaping after a very poor opening, and he actually drew from a position of strength. Musard, dangerous with the white pieces, and again, Peter, first impressions are that Wesley has a pretty difficult position here.
Well, I mean, I'm completely shocked, yeah, because usually Wesley is the one who never gives chances to his opponents, and every single game he's in some kind of a trouble, and right out of the opening, what on earth has happened? But hang on, he has played the anti-Berlin with knight e7, the move that Robert Hess has played against me in Isle of Man. The move d3 knight e7, the shocker. But objectively, this shouldn't be that great, especially if the white side is prepared.
Yeah, and this is a structure which we see sometimes from, from the Petrov and from certain openings. If white can push f4 and e5, and then if white can prepare f5, then the situation gets very, very dicey. I think that Musard has this easy move knight g3, and he's already played it, and f5 is already a serious threat. Wesley might have to play f5 himself, or maybe drop the knight back to g7. But in either case, it's clear that white is firmly in the driver's seat here.
Yeah, white is pushing. Yeah, the move knight g7 looks like the most natural one. But white has simple ideas. Just bishop to d4, pawn to b4, cement that queen side, go queen f3, eventually push f4, f5. And how is black going to deal with this? I feel like black is so passive. This is not the way how you want to get this type of positions.
If black plays f5, should white take en passant? If we can, well, actually, never mind. It's a moot point. Knight g7 is on the board. And you pointed out bishop d4, centralizing the bishop, discouraging the move f6, and expanding white's influence to the other side of the board.
Yeah, basically the only question that I have in this position that is black in time to play h5, because this is a very important question, that h5, f5, h4, is it working for black or not? Because if it works for black, then he might get h5, bishop g4, h4, and then fight for the f5 square. If white knight will be kicked away from g3, then all the ideas with f4, f5 will not be so strong. So in my mind, this whole sequence of moves like bishop d4, h5 are the critical ones.
Yeah, and if we throw down some moves here, let's say white plays queen f3, black probably has to chase that knight away with h4, and to me it seems pretty appealing to reroute the knight over to e3. I still am insisting on trying to push that pawn up to f5 and just blast open the king side. And here, maybe Wesley can go bishop f5, but white is positionally better as well as tactically better. So it's not like Jules Musard has to make something happen in the next couple of moves. He can just kind of chill, in this case with like bishop takes f5 and knight e3, for example.
Yes, he's simply better. I mean, black has this bishop b6 idea in the pocket, yeah, especially when the bishop is on d4. Eventually, just to untangle that bishop, put some pressure there. But clearly white is better. Okay, white has opted for queen f6. This does allow black to play f6. Yeah, the move that we speculated about, that maybe black wants to break with f6.
f6 would completely change the structure. I think Jules might be relying on e takes f6, and bishop d4 looks very nice in that resulting position. But maybe black can just pick up the pawn on f4. Was this worth allowing if you're Jules Musard? Why give black that extra opportunity?
Well, I also feel like a player like Wesley, he only needs one possibility. Yeah? If he manages to stabilize here with the timely f6, he will be completely out of the woods and might start to become ambitious. Because in long term, this c6 d5 structure is actually very nice. It all comes down that f6 ef, queen f6, bishop d4, queen takes f4 is possible thanks to the knight on g7 protecting the rook on e8.
Such a good defensive piece and such a prescient move by Wesley to open up his light squared bishop and prepare f6 and really make it difficult for white to push f5. Queen f3 looks really good. It looks natural, but I think the fact that Wesley is pausing here tells us that he is seriously contemplating f6, although he's shown a bit of reticence in this tournament that we've been unused to from Wesley. Something has just felt a little bit off about his form, but he's gone as yet unpunished, and if he can play f6, if he can gather the resolve to open up the center, I think he'll be in the best shape that he's been, you know, in the 20 moves that we've seen thus far in this game.
Yeah, for sure. I mean, but he's spending quite some time. Both players have spent quite some time. I mean, this fourth move, DC 97, the anti-Berlin, definitely came as a surprise, probably for both of them. And okay, we should move on. We have to check out how is David Howell doing, because he's in a must-win situation against Wang Hao.
Okay, and Wesley, he didn't go f6. He opted for the much more passive bishop d7. So we will keep an eye on this game as Jules Moussard continues to conduct his initiative on the king side. But off we go to David Howell land. I've switched to the Howell game. It's in front of you now. David has to win. He lost the previous game. It was a very balanced game the entire time, but he ultimately lost an equal endgame. What do we make of this? Is his bishop pair affording him any chances of an advantage in this position? Or is Black's control over d4 the most important factor?
Yeah, exactly. I think that this knight d4 idea, of course, at the moment, the b7 pawn is also hanging. It's a complex strategical battle, but I do believe that somehow with this awkward-looking queen on b3, Black should be perfectly fine.
You know, it was an interesting opening. I'd like to spotlight the first couple of moves of this opening, because David is known as a fan of anti-Sicilians. He plays a lot of different anti-Sicilians. We've seen him play bishop e5. We've seen him play d4 and take with the queen. Here, he plays a real sideline, e5, move 4, which might be unfamiliar to some players and fans in the chat, but this is a well-known line. And David likes to play these types of Sicilians, but Wang Hao neutralizing it very nicely. Brought his bishop out, brought his knight out, queen to c7, trades on c4, and then I really like the way that he maneuvered his knight to c6 to increase his control and his grip over the d4 square. a5 and queen e5 check is the current move on the board.
Well, it's a very strange check. I was actually thinking about this, that should Black give this check or not, but I disliked it for the fact that White simply moves away and it's already played king f1, Black falls back with the queen to c7, and now White has the move queen b6 maybe. I mean, knowing also that David is a great artist in all these endgames, yeah, with all these finesses, I felt like, on the other hand, he's in a must-win situation, so I'm not sure that how natural it is to try to trade the queens, but certainly that comes to mind, especially once you lost the right to castle.
And to me, this really appeals to me because knight b5 is a potential tactical idea. Knight b5, knight c7. Okay, the engine disapproves of it, but the point is White's got a lot going for him on the queen side. My inclination here with Black would be to play queen d7 and keep the queens on the board, especially because with his last sequence of moves, Wang Hao is playing against White's king. Here, White would be at another crossroads, Peter. Is bishop takes c6 the right approach, or should White just continue to keep the tension with d3 if this position is reached?
I think here you should be taking on c6, because this is the whole point, and then try to bring the queen back to c4, probably with queen b3, queen c4, get d3, king g2, knight a4, and this is what you are dreaming of in a must-win game. Yeah, it's an unbalanced position. Black has a lot of weaknesses. The pawn on c5, I don't know how long it will be able to stay alive.
And if this is reached, then Black would have to generate counterplay on the other side of the board with something like h5. But all of this is a moot point. David has made a move with his queen, but he has not put it on b6. He's put it instead on a4, challenging the knight. But Wang Hao immediately responding by reinforcing that knight with rook c8. And what is David's follow-up going to be? Is it going to be d3? That's what I imagine he's going to do.
Yes, yeah, D3 looks very natural.
And he's played it.
How will probably, yeah, I wanted to say that how will probably play bishop d6 just to stop bishop f4, but probably he doesn't care about bishop f4, then he will play bishop d6 or move the queen away. He doesn't care. He just wants to make castles, and if he castles, then already his knight from c6 will be able to jump to d4. That's the big question, how white will react to that.
I don't like David's position. I know that the eval bar signals a minuscule edge for white, but it seems like from a practical perspective, black's position is so much easier to play. He's up 6 minutes on the clock, but that's not why I'm skeptical. It just seems like after black castles, there's knight d4. White's got, you know, these long-term problems with his king, and in order to fix those problems, he needs to invest like at least 3 tempi, and I'm just not seeing what white is going to target in this position. Do you share my skepticism for white's winning chances here?
I have exactly the same feeling. Like black's moves are coming very naturally. Yes, you have given up the light square bishop. White has the 2 bishops, but black's play is so clear. The d4 square is there for the knight from c6. White is not really able to trade pieces. The knight on c3 is misplaced, so maybe the idea like knight d1, knight e3, knight c4, that's the only route, and to get that pawn to c3, King's Indian structure, then maybe even, Danya, you will start to like it.
Yeah, he needs a couple more King's Indian-like moves. We have our first result of the tiebreaker round. Ferenc Berkes, your compatriot, calmly held the game with the white pieces, and he advances to the next round. He upsets the Super Grandmaster Nikita Vitugov. What a result for Ferenc Berkes, who lost the first game of the World Cup, came back in round 1, and now in round 3 defeats none other than Nikita Vitugov.
Yeah, unbelievable success for Berkes. I'm very happy for him. Very sorry for Nikita. That was definitely not what Nikita had expected from this World Cup. But yeah, Berkes, if he's in good shape, I mean, people, because he lost so much rating and he has family, a lot of kids, so on, he is not professional anymore. But probably he really took this World Cup seriously. He did a great job and he's in top shape.
I love to see those types of stories. A couple of other updates. Jan Nepomniachtchi will very likely is knocking on the door of advancing. Rauf Mamedov is out of winning chances. But I'd like to go back to the Giri game, because that game, it was heating up. It continues to heat up. So we go to that game, and the last move was knight f6 to d5. It looks like Anish Giri, though, has managed to stabilize the situation. And his king, as ugly as it appears, is safer than it has been in the last 15 moves.
Exactly, and the rook on h6 is a monster rook, yeah, guarding the e6 pawn, protecting the g6 square, and eyeing white's king as well with a timely rook h1 check. This has definitely gone Anish way in the last couple of moves. And
we remind you that Nijat Abbasov lost the previous game in very unfortunate fashion. He needs to win. And in order to win, I think he has to keep the queens on the board, because if he plays the move rook to g3, well, black trades rook queens, and I just don't see Nijat Abbasov winning that game. But the rook is hanging. He has to trade queens.
Yeah, and those seconds Anish, yeah, and he goes rook g3. What else? I mean, you're not gonna win an endgame like this against Anish. It's so much Anish's territory. On the other hand, he was under a lot of pressure. He did manage to neutralize white's pressure. He did play the move rook c8 we spoke about, and Abbasov did not play bishop a2, the move that you highlighted, that maybe it's the most ambitious move. And bishop d3 gave Anish the chance to play f5 and start getting counter chances.
And that's exactly what he did, and now he's forcing pieces off the board. Now, I think a lot of players would hesitate to play queen takes g5 because it helps white develop pressure on g7, but the cold-blooded rook g8, just in stable fashion, protects the pawn on g7. You've got this blockading piece on d5. Where are white's winning chances going to come from? You can also throw in the check on h1. Note that king g2 is never possible because it walks right into a potential discovered check.
Well, actually, check and mate. Yeah, knight f4 check. Whoa. Is a yes, it's a mate. Yeah.
I'll show the line.
Even knight e3 check is a mate. Yes, both are mates.
Beautiful. double check its mate. So white would have to go the other way. And this would give black even more real estate on the king side, rook g8. And I mean, white's not better here. How does white even pose a single threat in this position? Maybe knight
Yeah,
e4, but then just knight f4 check.
Yeah, knight f4 check. There is even the argument that do we want to execute this lovely rook h1 check, or do we keep it in the pocket? Yeah, because the king on f1 is also feeling very awkward. It steps into every kind of knight f4 forks if it moves out. So there is also a lot of arguments to be made for just the simple rook g8 as you suggested first.
And I'm coming up with no appealing, and maybe you want to go bishop e4 to try to neutralize black's bishop, but here black could start initiating trades with something like knight e7, and Nishigiri just does not lose positions like this when he's got 10 minutes on his clock. I don't see this turning around once again. It was a great effort by Abbasov, but he just was unable to figure out the accurate path once he got the position that he was looking for.
Yes, and Anish immediately showing his fantastic skills, yeah, using the moment for breaking with this f5, creating counter chances, got his rook to h6, I mean, the king to f7, the knight from h7 landed on the perfect ideal square on d5, and yes, white did get his rook into play with rook a1, rook e3, rook g3, but it's just not enough.
Yeah, and Anish is taking his time. I'm pretty sure that he's not really contemplating whether to trade queens or not. He knows he will. I think he's deciding whether and when to deliver this additional check on h1, because we know that the evaluation remains the same whether he does it or not, but he doesn't know that. And, to Anish, this might be an important decision. I was also flirting with queen f6 here, but I really don't see the point of playing cat and mouse when you can just trade the queens and ensure the long-term safety of your king, which is exactly what he does.
Yeah, get rid of these queens as quickly as possible. And now the only question, yeah, because both rook h1 and rook g8 are tempting, you have to make a decision. And Anish also probably the reason why he spends quite a lot of time, he knows that this is a crucial, very decisive decision. If he makes the right call, it will be very difficult to imagine him ever losing this.
And if he makes the right call, even with 4-5 minutes on the clock, the position will be so simple to play that that'll be plenty of time. So really good time management, knowing when to leave yourself with time and when you can afford to spend 4 or 5 minutes. That is a skill in and of itself. Okay, I think we can trust that Nishigiri will hold his own in this position and advance in the next round. We will bring you updates in this game as they come in. There are a couple of other matches that we have not spotlighted thus far. If I may take us for a brief moment to the Duda Cheparinov match, I feel like Jan Krzysztof Duda has serious chances to defeat Cheparinov, which would mean that he advances ahead of Berlin. And I'm going to flip up the game here. This is the position on the board, Peter. It looks very, very nasty for black.
Yeah, well, first of all, you have the chance to trade the rooks with rook f2, and then knight d5 takes on h4 and play that horrible endgame, yeah, because it's a very scary. Usually people say that a knight endgame is similar to a pawn endgame. Pawn endgame would be dead lost. Clearly, black will try to trade as much pawns as possible with some b5, b4, knight d5, and try to make sure that all the pawns are traded there. His king on e8 will take care of the h-pawn. So maybe that's the reason why Duda is taking his time to understand that, is that the right way? He also has maybe some other ideas like knight e4, black's rook on f6 and knight on f4 are loose, so many possibilities.
Many possibilities indeed. I'll play the moves on the board, and I'll mention as I do that Peter Svidler is very likely about to advance. Jordan Van Forest has 0 winning chances in their position, and on the strength of his victory with the black pieces, Svidler will likely be one of the first players to advance to the next round. But rook f2, knight c5, you were talking rook f6, knight f6, king h4. With 5 minutes on the clock, how does black even think about defending this position? Do you jump into e3 and try to go after white's pawns?
Well, I would have liked to play b5, but it runs into knight e6 double attack, so that's why black still has to make a move. This unfortunately I think loses the game on the spot, and maybe because of this I gonna play the move king e7 because I don't want to move my knight yet, so that the king on h4 is kind of cut. Also the knight on f6 cuts out white's knight on g5, and I want to go b5 b4, keep this knight d5 option as well in the pocket. White will have to make an ugly move right now.
Indeed. And Jan really believing that this position is a little bit too simple to play for black. And so he decides on the other winning attempt. We go back to the live board. He's dropped a knight back to e4, chasing away the rook and restoring material equality after knight takes c5, which he's very likely to play. Then if black plays b5 to protect the pawn, it gives white a tempo, and white can use this tempo to go after the h-pawn or to chase away the knight. It feels like black's position is very close to collapsing, and that Cheparinov has to play ultra accurately in order to keep the balance.
Exactly. I mean, somehow everything is connected. Yeah, the knight cannot really move from f4, the rook cannot move from f5 because the knight on f4 is hanging. It's a very strange construction. Yeah, usually one would say that black should be able to liquidate this position, but exactly because this very unfortunate construction of pieces and the white beautiful king on g4, this is the cause of trouble, because it really targets this knight on f4 and the h4 pawn.
Yeah. And there is a crazy computer, well, not crazy computer idea, but black apparently has to find the move b6. And this seems to be counterproductive. You know, what are you doing? You're helping white play knight takes a4. But suddenly, after knight to e6, there's two ideas. There's the threat of rook f4, and there's the threat of b5, which would trap white's knight. White actually has to give the knight away in order to preserve the balance, and he's found it. He's played it instantly. Ivan Cheparinov is in great form this tournament, and he shows it once again with a crucial defensive move. Duda is going to drop his knight back the other way, and he's going to continue to torture black, but I think the drawing chances here are pretty solid for Ivan Cheparinov.
Yeah, because knight e4, then knight g6, king g5, knight e5, and exactly thanks to the fork on f3, we might be holding on for this h4 pawn for 1-2 more moves before that black rook starts to get active. It could be that black escapes, but it's still kind of unpleasant.
Yeah, you bring up a good point. Black might have to give up the h4 pawn, but you want to do it in the right circumstances when you've managed to maximize the activity of your tandem. Okay, so Duda will continue to torture his opponent. I also would like to take us to Yu Yangyi against Etienne Bacrot, which is a game that has been heating up now for a couple of moves. A match that has been heating up with all three games thus far ending in draws, but it looks very promising for the Chinese Grandmaster in this position, at least visually.
Yeah, that king on e8 looks awful. I mean, okay, white is now setting the checkmate with rook d1 to d8. Black probably will be forced to play f6. I guess that you have to stop that diagonal. I don't. Okay, bishop d5 would be another move, but then queen d6. I mean, bishop d5, queen d6 could be very bad news. What is happening? Why is computer believing that queen b6 was a mistake? Was there some other move before?
Well, apparently, yes. This was +2 with rook to d6, just driving the rook in to the weak spot and preparing to double. But the reason is easier to perceive after queen b6. So bishop d5 loses. You called it, queen d6 with unstoppable threats. But apparently f6, and black stays in the game. And the reason why is after ef6, gf6, if you play bishop f6, there is the crazy rook f6, Now the rooks are uncoordinated, and queen e2 is a double attack against the g2 pawn and the rook, and white has no checks because e6 is also protected by the queen. And so instead, white has to play rook takes f6, but it's the same idea. Peter, queen c2 this time, again a double attack, and after rook d8, king f7, white has to bail out with queen f2. But man, f6 is hard move to play.
Well, but it's the only move. Yeah, this is the reason why it's possible to find, and I think Etienne, fighting for his life, he will find the move, because bishop d5, queen d6 was even for me like automatic. Yeah, it took me one second, and I didn't see a single other move. He's taking his time. I believe that we're gonna see f6 on the board.
Agreed. I mean, there is literally a mate threat, so that narrows the options down to 3. Bishop d5, bishop d7, and f6. It doesn't matter if you think f6 wins or loses. Clearly, it is the more resilient move between the 3 options you have on the table. So Etienne maybe also thinking about f5, but that loses to queen c7, and there are way too many dark square weaknesses around the king. Okay, so more interesting news. Vidit Gudrathi, who lost his black game to Matthias Blubaum, is knocking on the door of a comeback victory. He is completely winning in his position, and that match will likely go to the next stage of the tiebreaks.
Wow, that's very interesting. Actually, f6 did happen in this game. Etienne opted for it. It's all to play for. I mean, black is about to save this position. Yeah, the lines. And bishop f6 played, so...
He's blundered.
Oof, takes, queen e2, the move that you called.
Oh, and he's done it.
Etienne will go on to win this game.
Or will he? After rook f6, queen e2, there is rook takes e6 check, and at least white gets 2 pawns for the piece, and black's king will be exposed. But it is objectively winning now for black.
Yes, and rook takes f6 on the board, rook f6, queen e2, rook e6, queen e6, and after queen d4, maybe just play something like king f7 and move the king towards the king side. The bishop on c6 is beautiful. Yeah, that's a monster.
And this is the impact of nerves. This is not a tactic that Yu Yangyi would miss under normal circumstances. And the fact that he's thinking is the most damning evidence of the fact that he's missed rook takes f6. This move escaped his field of vision. He just forgot that queen e2 guards e6, attacks g2, attacks d1, and forces white to part ways with a minor piece. What a chance for Etienne Bacrot.
Absolutely. If he wins this, he knocks Yu Yangyi out of the tournament. And on the board, queen e2.
You have to play rook takes e6. It's the only way to stay in the game. Everything else loses on the spot.
Wow, shocking.
So
shocking. I mean,
oof.
No, I'm just speechless. Yeah, because all the tension I'm feeling for the players. Yeah, I'm putting myself as if I would be playing, and I can imagine that in the white, with the white, you get this position like Yu Yangyi got. Yeah, you believe that with bishop on g5 against king on e8, you will simply checkmate your opponent, and then 3 moves later you are lost. What on earth is happening?
And you're the one facing the devastating checkmate threat. Yu Yangyi is coming to terms with the fact that this is a lost position. He has to adjust to the new reality, and he's got to do it urgently because rook takes c6. There is no other way to stay in the game. I'll make the move on the board. He's still thinking, but after queen takes e6, my inclination would be to play queen f2, and here there's the brilliant defensive move, rook a5, in order to lift the rook to the e-file and neutralize the impact of the move rook e1. We'll see if this happens, but Yu Yangyi first has to decide which move he's playing, and he did play queen d4, threatening queen h8, and you're right, Peter, king f7, only move. Etienne has to find it, but there's nothing else.
Yeah, but it was by intuition. Yeah, that simply queen h8 is a big problem. King f7. The good news is that white is not able to bring his rook via d3 to the third rank because of queen e1 checkmate. Yeah, so you don't have to worry about that. And then the rook joins the battle. I don't feel that there could be enough for white to give perpetual.
And they're playing a blitz game at this point. Less than 4 minutes for both sides. We have to go to the Wesley So game, though. I think Wesley is also in mortal danger of losing to Jules Moussard. This is a game in which he has struggled from the very first moves. It was just an uncharacteristic struggle in the opening with both colors. And he has just played bishop f4, allowing Jules Moussard. Oh, he's taken a pawn on f4. And Jules Moussard will very likely play rook takes e4. He just did. And this is a terrible position for Wesley.
Yeah, unbelievable. I mean, the king on h8 is in danger after bishop d4. So how do you... Yeah, bishop e5 had to be played. But white has... Yeah, exactly. I mean, white can put some more pressure on this bishop on e5. Black is unable to play rook e8 due to the pin. Then white just plays bishop g3 and wins the game. Then where do we put this bishop?
Yeah, it's a great question, because if you move it back, then again, the bishop from f2, it can't jump over the queen, but you can move the queen away. Do you play something like bishop to a1, as awkward as it looks?
Well, luckily after queen e3, bishop c, it looks like white is winning, but black has this bishop b6 idea of trading that bishop. Yeah, and even if we lose a pawn on the queen side, I would not mind just give that pawn, give me some safety by trading down the dark squared bishops.
Absolutely. That's a great point. Bishop c7, bishop b6. Are there alternatives to queen e3? I guess Musard is probably contemplating whether to first trade the pawns on c6, although I don't really see a compelling case for reducing the tension, especially because in some cases, black can actually use the b file to generate some counterplay against white's king.
Yeah, exactly. I mean, okay, BC, even for some endgames, it feels like it might be important that the pawn on b7 is hanging if white's look enters to the 7th rank. I don't want to touch those pawns. Besides, I definitely would not like to allow black to go rook f8 with a tempo. Just, I'm such type of guy. So the move queen e3 for me is kind of natural. And then the big question, can I find a good move after bishop c7?
Peter Svidler has officially advanced. He has drawn his game against Jordan Van Forest, and what a match this was. Peter winning with black in the first game, with white in the first game, losing a position that he was very close to stabilizing, and then mentally recovering, coming to the board, and crushing Jordan Van Forest with black in their first rapid game. Really happy for Peter, and I think everybody is.
Yeah, for sure. I believe that everyone is rooting for Peter. Of course, on the other hand, Jordan is also an incredibly sympathetic and brilliant player. So I think many people are very unhappy, but Peter advances and very well deserved. I mean, incredible match.
Incredible indeed. I'm also keeping an eye on some other matches. Wei Yi is struggling against Vasily Ivanchuk, who's got some winning chances in a rook endgame, but most likely that will end in a draw, which would mean that they would advance to the next stage of the tie breaks. But maybe we can stick to this game for now. Jules Moussard down under 3 minutes, and it's time to make a decision here. You do not want this coming down to a flat-out time scramble if you're the French Grandmaster.
Yeah, but he has already invested 3 minutes as if he feels that there could be something. I mean, I was analyzing and he goes for bc6. Okay, this is some kind of a relief for Wesley.
Okay, Wesley recaptures immediately. And what is the follow-up? That's the big question. This does part ways with a good amount of white's advantage according to the engine. Is he attracted to the Sakharine queen b7? Did he miss some detail related to rook b8, rook b1?
Yeah, I don't know. I'm just disliking this b takes c6. As you mentioned, yeah, rook b8 only gives black some additional options. And he goes for queen e3 right now, but what's the difference? Where is the catch?
What is the difference? Bishop c7 apparently. And in some positions, that reduction of the tension favors black, but I won't pretend to know why. I don't know why.
Well, I was actually calculating in the other position, but now already it's not important. We have the current live position because in the other after bishop c7 there was with pawn on b5 b7 the stunning idea of queen d4. A queen takes d4, bishop takes d4 check, very counterintuitive to trade the queens, but after king g8 rook e7 hits the bishop on c7. Bishop b6 is kind of forced. I take on b6 ab and rook takes b7, and I'm threatening b takes c6, and after cb ab you are losing the b6 pawn. It almost looked like a forced win.
I will show that really quickly. But bishop d6 is on the board. No, yes. I won't show that. I would have shown that if bishop had gone to c7, which is what Wesley should have done. Now the bishop has no access to the c5 square because it's unprotected, and Jules could drop his queen back to e1 with the devastating threat of bishop d4. Still objectively lost, but he's gone g3. Jules Moussard playing it slowly, making some luft for his king.
Yeah, but I understand, because after bishop c7, maybe he was afraid of rook e8, trade everything, king g7, queen d7, trade the queens, and followed by bishop takes a7, and this endgame looks lost with the extra a pawn.
Agreed. And Vasily Ivanchuk has won. I apologize. I misread the position. Ivanchuk has defeated Wei Yi with black, and he advances to the next round.
Wow, how many chess fans are now very happy. Very sorry for the young promising Chinese player, but of course, who would not root for Chucky?
No, I mean, it's just so great to see that even at his age, at his stage in the chess career, he continues to terrorize his younger and, at this point, higher-rated opponents. Vasily Ivanchuk advances, and Alexander Kostenchuk has been eliminated. as many in the chat are indicating, she has lost her second game to Teodora Ignatz. What a match for the Serbian youngster, defeating the ex-women's world champion.
Wow, sensational stuff. But we have seen the opening, and the way she handled all these finesses, it shows to me that she's a very fine player.
Indeed. And Fabiano Caruana, another very fine player. His match is over. The game is technically still going, but he is a pawn up in an unlosable endgame. At this point, the question is, will he draw or will he win? But he will advance either way. Oh, and Anish Giri has lost. Anish Giri has blundered. And he lost.
Wow. Wow, that's I mean, it was shocking that he won the previous game. Now it's a shock that he lost. But all eyes on Wesley, because
All eyes
if
on
Wesley
Wesley.
loses, he will be eliminated.
David Howell has been eliminated as well. He was unable to win that position as we expected. We congratulate his opponent, Wang Hao, who knocks David Howell out of the World Cup. But Wesley is in mortal danger. This will be the biggest upset thus far if Musard can convert this winning endgame.
I mean, look at this. King on h8, queen on a1. I mean, this construction cannot hold on forever.
Nope. Queen e4, bishop d4, the pawn on c6 hangs. There's mate threats. 1 minute on the clock for Wesley.
Exactly, and black has no time picking up the a4 pawn because of queen e5 check, bishop g7, rook e8 winning. c5 played.
Bishop e1. Bishop e1, bishop c3.
Oh my god. And that's it.
That's devastating. It's winning. Has he spotted it?
And played it. Yes,
he
played
did.
it.
With 90 seconds to boot. Plenty of time to finish this game off. Wesley's king is cornered. King h3. Bishop g7. He's got to try that and block the check with the queen on g8.
Yes, this is his hope, but this is looking very
Bishop
suspicious.
C3, bishop g7. Wesley's still holding on. It's winning, but Musard has to be very accurate in the resulting position, and Fabi has won. He has advanced.
Yes, and
G8,
king
rook
g8.
e5.
Wow. But how long can you hold on with such an empty king?
Apparently the winning line is rook e5, queen d7, king h4. In order to lift the rook to g5 and drive the black king out of its shell to the f-file, where it will be picked off by the queen.
But I mean, I think also rook e5, queen d7, g4 looked very tempting. I mean, just keeping that rook g5, but Jules goes rook e4, he wants to give rook g4 check.
Very understandable move, but apparently a big mistake. Why? I don't know.
Wow, it's crazy. According to computer, black can just play the move rook d8, but how can you understand this, that this rook g4 check isn't checkmate?
It looks totally lost because rook g4 and queen f2, Peter, the king will go to the e-file. You've got all three of your pieces in the attack. I feel like h5 is the human instinct here, but it does weaken the g5 square, and maybe that is what Jules is trying to provoke.
Exactly. Yeah, the queen f5 check was played. White opted back
G2.
king g2.
He could have played g4 with tempo.
Yeah, okay, the nerves. Okay, it's all about nerves.
h6 is the only way to keep an objectively defensible position. Black is worse, but he is still in the game.
I mean, it's findable because you want to cover the g5 square, you want to give the h7 square for the king. It could be, but okay, with 50 seconds on the... He opted for bishop d6. Oh my god, bishop d6.
Weird move. And now queen to e2, creating the dual threats of rook g4 and queen c4, puts black in irresolvable dire straits. Will he find it? Queen e2. And
on the board.
He did!
Oh my god, I mean, this bishop d6... I mean, the bishop on f8 was protecting the key g7 square. Now the bishop moved queen e2, beautiful touch. It's also the common knowledge. If you have dark square bishop, put the queen on the light squares.
Wesley knows that his time in Baku might be coming to an end, but Jules still has a lot of work to do. His own king is very weak, and if black can bring the rook to f8, then there will be counter threats against white's king. Do you give this check, Peter, or do you drive your rook up to e6 perhaps?
Yeah, well, naturally rook e6 would be more natural because, yeah, queen c4 check, just as you mentioned, eventually some rook f8 would give counterplay. All eyes on Jules, how he will play this.
Oh my gosh. And Etienne Bakro also trying to convert that extra piece. We'll keep you apprised of the other results, but this is the game to watch. 30 seconds for the French Grandmaster. Nerves all around. He's trying to calculate Queen C4 check. And with 20 seconds left, he's got to make a move.
Yeah, he feels that this is the decisive moment.
Panic. 10 seconds left for Jules Moussard. And Queen C4 on the board.
King H7 and Rook E6 is a very strong move, but it's very tough because Queen C2 check comes, yeah, and you don't know. And Queen E6 trade of queens.
And he's played the bailout move and Rook F8. Or even Queen takes C6 gives Black excellent drawing chances in the endgame. Jules did not decide on the correct Rook E6. He was afraid of his own king safety. And given the time situation, it's understandable. Wesley is not out of the woods, but he found the best move. And he's going to draw this.
Yeah, he's going to draw this. There is no way he's going to lose this. Oh my God, how many lives Wesley has in Baku?
Rook E6 and the game is over. Black had 2 checks, Queen C2. The White King had to zigzag its way up to H4. And that is probably what Jules Moussard overlooked. Wesley needs to be careful, though. You could lose this if you accidentally drop the A-pawn.
Yeah, White has some ideas like pushing A5, A6, fixing that pawn weakness on A7. But, okay, still unpleasant, but knowing, okay, Wesley, he should be able to defend this.
But I don't like that move. I feel like White can go Rook A8 and then maybe Bishop E5 and try to swing the Bishop over to... I cannot make... Nope, Bishop... Ha! Bishop B8. And he's going to do it. No, to C8 he goes.
Yeah, just to make sure that Black is not pushing this C-pawn, combining Rook C7 with A5, A6 ideas. Yeah, it's still very unpleasant. I mean, okay, we believe in Wesley that he will hold, but it's still not easy.
So here's the question. If Black loses the C-pawn, but is able to garner the Bishop trade in response, is that an easy draw with the 3-on-2 or not?
Well,
probably not.
Depends who's... Yeah, probably not, because H5 pawn is vulnerable, the pawn on A7 as well. The king on H7 or G7 will never be safe. Yeah, the checks are coming.
Now 10 seconds for Wesley. There's a 10-second increment, but that's not a lot of time when you're defending a worse endgame like this. And he's gone King G6. Oh, and he's going to lose the pawn.
Yeah, he's trying to activate the king, King E6, King D5 or C4, Bishop C5.
He's playing for a win. He's going to try to get his king to C4. Hey, everything's possible.
Yeah, he gets counterplay. He wants King C4.
But now the Bishop moves back, and I feel like White's A-pawn should be a little bit faster.
Well, Bishop E1 is a very nice move.
Okay.
Bishop H8. No, I don't like Bishop H8. It's too fancy.
Wrong way. He should have kept contact with the pawn so that the rook would be free to roam about the cabin. Now he might be best advised to go back to C3. And
yeah,
he's hesitating.
He needs to bring... Yeah, it's never easy to admit your mistake with little time on the clock.
It just feels like Wesley will hold this. I'm just getting that sense. The way that the game has gone, Wesley has been playing with so much more confidence in this endgame. A6.
Yeah, King B6, Rook A8, but the A-pawn is not going anywhere with the king on B6.
Yeah, it's almost like Fadaliyeva's pawn yesterday against Zhu and Jun. Similar construction where even if you play A7, which you really can't, Black will play King B7. It's a draw. But what is Black's next move? Does Black play C4?
Yeah, that's the question. And also White still has this idea that you highlighted many times, King H3, King H4, yeah, getting closer to the H5 pawn.
That might be Jules' best chance here. No other ideas other than King H3, and he has pushed and set his H-pawn. I think he's given up hopes of winning this game.
Yeah, I'm not liking this. Yeah, basically H3 is way too soft. It indicates that he wants to play G4, but with this strong C-pawn, Black will always have counterplay.
Wesley forcing the bishops off the board, and this ends White's winning chances. The bishops are traded, and they are going to agree to a draw very shortly.
Wow. Unbelievable, yeah. But this happens, yeah, when you play 25 minutes chess game and then you tick down to your last seconds, you get so nervous. When you play blitz game, you tick down to last seconds, you are just in a comfort zone because you kind of expect psychologically this situation to happen.
Yes, and we have the board view there. The moves should be updating momentarily, but we can look directly at the board. Wesley putting his rook there behind the pawn, and he's ready to play c4. I think Jules Massard should start to think about how to ensure the draw here, because that pawn will be on c2 before you can say Mississippi.
Yeah, king e3 played. It's professional, so after c4, king d2, king c2 will always block. The handshake is very near.
Yeah, c4, king d2. Wesley will help himself to the pawns on the other side. We will get mutual liquidation and a draw. King d2, rook g7, I think is how the game is going to end. King d4.
Wow, king d4, good nerves.
c3?
c3 a7 or what? Yeah,
But
c3
then-
a7, but then c2.
No, but then c2. c3 rook
Exactly.
d8 check he's got to play. Whoa, what is he doing? Why?
Why?
King takes
Exactly.
a6 and king a5. Wait a second. What are you trying to... I mean, he's got a death wish. It's still a draw. He can go king d3 and king c2.
Yes, yeah, he goes, but I mean, he could have done king d2 and stand in front of that pawn immediately.
Now Wesley's trying to think, wait a second, can I squeeze this one? King a5, gotta try it. And suddenly,
And-
Jules is the one who's got to find a move.
Yeah, and he's shaking his head. He just cannot believe that. How did this happen? I mean, I was completely winning. I was expecting to deliver checkmate. Yeah, draw, agreed. And the smile and the face that I can't believe what happened.
Incredible. I mean, there were so many chances, and it felt like Wesley was reeling. I mean, he was losing the thread. That was it. His king was wide open, and Jules Massard in time pressure just isn't able to deliver that crushing blow. And we've got other shocking results. Etienne Bacro has officially won his game against Yu Yangyi. He converted that extra piece, and he advances to the next round. Yet another upset. Jan Krzysztof Duda defeats Ivan Cheparinov in that Berlin endgame. He advances as well. So we're not going to get a lot of games transitioning to the next stage, but we still have one game remaining, and it is Amin Bassem against Niels Grandelius. Amin has to convert king, bishop, and rook against rook, a theoretically drawn endgame, in order to stay in the match. You can see the moves there on the lower left of your screen. How did Nihal Sarin do? He drew and he advances as well.
Wow. Yes. Okay. Here the point is that the black even has this g4 pawn with a king on g6. I'm not sure that white can even win this pawn. This is a special. The g pawns are kind of special. It will require tons of work even to win that pawn. This game can go on forever.
It really can, and it probably will. And yeah, I mean, Amin has to win. Vidit did convert that position against Bluebaum to force the next stage of the tiebreak. So we have one game there. We're going to have Wesley against Massard. That's the second. And right now, we're going to have Giria Basov. That's number 3. And I think that might be it for the time being, because Vahap Sanal defeats Anton Korobov 2-0 to make his way to the next stage as well. We might only have 3 games, 3 matches, Peter, in the second stage of tiebreaks. I did not expect such a bloody first mini match.
Yeah, that's a complete shocker. But what happened in Salem Daneshvar? Because that was also an insane battle.
Salem won.
Salem won. So Salem progresses. Wow, that was also some incredible. You mentioned that Bardia was winning in the previous game.
Bardia was winning in the previous game. Oh, rook d4 check. And
yeah, that's
Amin doesn't even try. Rook d4? Or even...
Shocking.
No. Why not try? That's it?
Unbelievable.
Oh. Niels Grandelius advances, Peter, and wow, I mean, at least keep the pawn on the board, try to circle around it, but I mean, just losing his heart there.
Wow, it's shocking, yeah, because the point was that probably expected that rook takes g4 runs into rook h8, rook g8, trading the rooks, and so he has to take with the king and blunder rook d4.
Incredible. And Niels Grandelius advances. So we've got good news and bad news. The bad news is that only 3 matches are moving on to the next 10+10 stage. But that's also the good news, because that means we will be able to focus on all 3 of those matches. We will not have to frantically toggle between 10 different matches. And the matches that are moving on to the next stage are going to be very interesting, particularly Nijata Basov, who wins on demand against none other than Anish Giri from a drawn endgame to force the next stage. Folks, do not go anywhere. You will not want to miss the next stage of the rapid tie breaks in round 3 of the World Cup. We will bring you those 3 matches and all of the action in just a couple of short minutes.
Chess.com's game review recently got a major update. Here are 4 key notes. At the end of each game review, you will now see a summary of the game from your coach, your performance rating for that game, and a quick grade for you and your opponent in the opening, middle game, and end game. We've added a new classification called miss for when a move fails to take advantage of an opportunity, but it is otherwise a sound move. We've also changed the definition of blunder. Now a move will only be considered a blunder if it loses material or allows a checkmate. Coach will now draw arrows and highlight squares when you hover over or click on the highlighted words in the move explanations. This should make move explanations easier to follow. Finally, Coach's explanations will now reference specific pieces and threats in explanations, making move explanations much more intuitive. The new game review experience is available on chess.com right now.
And Fausti
Wow.
beats the 2 pieces with the rook.
Aaron made a huge investment, giving up his queen for 2 rooks.
Black pawns are still quite fast. I literally have no idea what's going on. Oh no, he's about to lose on time.
Will you resign now? Oh, Patrick still doesn't resign. Patrick, please.
Back we are at the 2023 World Cup in Baku, Azerbaijan. We are one set of tiebreaker mini matches in. This is the round 3 tiebreaks, and we already have tons of incredible results. Actually, very few matches in the open section have made it into the next stage of tiebreakers. Only 3 to be exact, and a bloody round in the women's section as well, with Alexandra Kostenjuk making her exit from the World Cup at the hands of the young Serbian player Teodora Ignatz. Peter, nobody is safe, and this is why we love the World Cup.
Absolutely. I mean, stunning action. Everybody gets a chance, and well, this final position looks like Black was in control in the last couple of moves. It looked like Black was just converting a win, and that meant that Alexandra Kostenjuk is knocked out of the World Cup.
Indeed, and I was keeping a side eye on this game where Alexandra jumped out to a big lead on the clock, but her position just never really seemed to get off the ground. A very strange decision on move 16, trying to keep the position close, but giving Teodora Ignatz an amazing protected pass pawn on d4, and the Serbian international master drove her pawn down to a4, easily neutralized White's incipient attack on the queen side, and applied her own pressure on the c4 pawn. That pressure ultimately blossomed into an all-out attack on the queen side. Brilliant positional play by Ignatz, and just the consecutive play is really impressive. The way that she was able to maneuver her pieces around, and ultimately Kostenjuk's position fell apart. Now, the game that we will focus on to start this round is Jornavali Harika, the Indian Grandmaster, against Georgian GM Lela Javahishvili, and Harika has the white pieces here as the players await the start of the 10+10 portion of the tiebreaker.
Yeah, now things are heating up. It will be a much faster rapid time control. The players need to play fast. I mean, you don't really want to fall behind on the clock in a 10 minutes rapid game. You have to keep the pace of your opponent. The openings are extremely important, and once played a match, no, I played even 2 matches with Ivanchuk with this time control, and both times I faced him tremendously prepared, and he was blitzing out all his moves, and he had all the strategy already worked out at home, and I was like, you know, just spending my time, taking my time, and I felt like only my clock is ticking. What on earth is happening? Yeah, this is the situation you shouldn't be falling.
How hard is it to adjust to multiple time controls on the same day? Because you have 25+10, you go 1-1, and now it's 10+10, which is a completely different animal. If you draw your 10+10 games, then you've got 5+3. Does that create psychological pressure? Is that hard for these players who are used to playing the same time control throughout a tournament?
I think that's one of the hardest part. I do like that in a classical tournament we first have a 25 minutes rapid game. I just feel that the handshake is there.
Indeed. And we will focus on the start of the game here, and we will go back to the open section pretty soon. But first, Harika against Javahishvili in a King's Indian attack. Both sides executing their opening moves very quickly.
Yes. And d3, b6. Okay, very interesting. e4, d takes e4, d takes e4.
Okay,
we see a queen trade.
Off the board already. What do we make of this?
Wow, but this is very special, and Harika knows, yeah, because you have to know that after bishop e7 you have this move knight c3 with ideas like knight takes e4, I think knight e5, and then knight takes e3, bishop takes b7, knight takes e1, bishop takes a8. It's a very special position. I'm not even sure that it really happened, but I did analyze it at some point.
Wow, so you're saying the pawn on e4 is untouchable, and even if Javahishvili is unaware of this position, she's never going to take on e4. She knows that this is in Harika's preparation. Instead, a6, prophylactic move, stopping the knight sally to b5, but yielding White a important tempo that she puts to good use, developing the bishop, hitting the pawn. And if you play c5, then you create a big hole on d6. This looks like a really pleasant endgame, Peter, for White. I think Javahishvili should invest some time in the next couple of moves to make sure that she doesn't get massacred on the queen side and in the center.
Yes, and she has
does play
c5.
I don't like that move at all.
Yeah, I mean, white has so many different plans. I mean, also eventually imagine a white knight landing on c4. That would be just terrifying. I mean, some knight e5, knight c4 ideas are very much in the air, but probably white has many different ways.
Did you start with knight d2, also opening up a line of negotiation between the bishops and maybe setting up tactics with e5?
Yes, that's the deal, because I was thinking, like, do I go with knight d2 or do I go knight e5? And yeah, that could be another plus. After knight d2 b5, white might have some knight bc, knight a5 ideas as well.
We're on the same page there. Knight d2 is a big positional move, trying to get around to c4, attacking b6, threatening to jump into d6 and garnering the bishop pair. But if white sleepwalks through this moment and allows black to develop the knight and castle and maybe put the rook on d8, eventually white's advantage is going to start evaporating. So Haruka really needs to step on the gas pedal here in terms of exploiting her lead development and the weak complex of squares around the queen side that black is experiencing.
Yes, I mean, white really has this moment to use. Yeah, you give a couple of moves. So you, first of all, e4 pawn at some point will start to hang, and she did play a move. Knight d2,
Knight
very well
d2.
played. Yes.
Nicely done by Haruka, clearly out of her preparation and taking her time for very good reason. And b5 is such a tempting response. I'm expecting b5, but I think you called it, Peter. Knight b3 creates this very nasty threat of knight a5, also puts pressure on c5, and you're trying to overextend black on the queen side. Yeah, black is pushing her pawns, but when you push pawns, you create weaknesses in their wake.
Yes, and there is also another idea that after b5, white can push e5, the idea you mentioned, which forces the move knight d5. Yeah, and because otherwise bishop takes g2, e takes f6, wins the piece. Knight d5, and then you trade on d5 everything, takes, e takes d5, you play the move a4. Very important. Yeah, you take, and you play a4. Black is forced to push b4, for example. Then, no, hang on, a4 runs into g5, bishop e3, d4, tapping the bishop.
Oh my gosh.
Yes.
What a trick.
Wow.
What a trap. g5 out of nowhere. And the bishop is trapped. What does that
because
mean?
I wanted to that white has to start with a4 here. Yeah, that's the point. Yeah.
Okay, I go b4.
And then knight c4. That's exactly what I wanted to highlight, that I want to get access to the c4 square.
Beautiful positional idea using the vulnerable rook on a8, and this is a miserable endgame. White's got all of the squares under her control, but so easy to miss something like g5 and automatically take on d5. Okay, looks like Lela will recognize the gravity of the moment and take some time. I think this gives us perhaps a good opportunity to switch back to the open section and see how our 3 tie breaks in that section are faring. Looks very bad for Javahishvili here. She's got knight h5 and looks very promising for Jonavali Haruka. Okay, top side of the board are the open section games. Which of those seems most surprising to you? And we also have Lek Wang Lam against Ponomarev, which I forgot about. So that is a 4th tiebreaker game.
Yes, I think we should go there because we completely forgotten about that match.
Yeah, I apologize for that. I was aware that it was happening. I, for some reason, thought Ruslan was winning. But in any case, Lek Wang has the white pieces in the first 10+10 game. And what do we make of this closed center structure?
Yeah, this is a very specific. This is the Hübner line of the Nimzo Indian. I think it has a very solid reputation with the black pieces. Ponomarev, a very classical player. No surprise there that he is playing it from the black side. Liam Lev, fantastic player, also in the Champions Chess Tour last year. He did extremely well. At the same time, Ponomarev, also a player who is always has been a fantastic rapid player. So it's a big match.
Former FIDE World Champion. He's won this tournament, and I feel like Lek Wang is one of the most consistently underrated Super Grandmasters. It seems like he always slips through the cracks. Nobody really talks about him, and quietly he's attained a rating of 2740. He's a former World Blitz champion, believe it or not, and I really think that he's got a chance to go very far in this event. H5 by Ruslan Ponomarev, which, Peter, I think is less radical of a move than some people might think it is. He's actually trying to close the kingside rather than open it, because if white takes on h5, then he yields black full control over the f4 square. It feels like that's out of the question, and g5 is on the board.
Yes, h5, g5, but now knight h7. Yeah, that's the other point.
Yeah.
That if you play h4, then bishop g4, followed by some f7, f5 break or f6 break, you get a nasty pin.
That knight on h7 is a great defensive piece, actually, because in some situations when you play f6, g takes f6, white will not be able to jump to g5 with his knight. And Ruslan, I love the way that he's handling the opening. White's bishop on d3 is really, really dumb. Is it fair to say that black has attained the upper hand out of this opening?
Well, definitely has a very comfortable situation. I even feel like bishop f1 or knight g1, yes. I was already expecting instead of g4, knight g1. I understood that it's not a nice move, but the pawn on h3 was attacked. This g4, h5 kind of moves did not really was to my liking. I mean, now black just goes h4 and then prepares some f5 at some point. Or do you even
h4.
consider going f5 immediately? Can you sacrifice the pawn?
I'm all for moves like that. Let's take a quick look as Ponomarev contemplates this brazen sacrifice. Oh, and queen h5, you have, may I say, a sexy move. Bishop e8, setting up a discovery against the queen. And if white continues to gobble, then knight f4 does not win the bishop. No, white is queen d1, but black can throw in the move bishop h5. And just look at the way that black's minor pieces are all coordinating. After queen d2, the trade on d3, black takes on f5. And this almost reminds me of the Carlsen Tari game in some way, in the sense that black has complete monopoly over the light squares on the king side, and he's done it. Great call, Peter. f5 is on the board.
Wow, yeah, Ponomarev. Okay, this is also Ukraine chess. This is bread and butter. I mean, they are incredible strategies. The Nimzo Indian is very deeply inside them. They know all the ideas, all the strategical ideas. I'm really worried for Liam not surviving this with the white pieces.
And you don't play f5 unless you've seen the move bishop e8, and we might see that exact position on the board. Like Wang figures, listen, as Yasser Sarawan likes to say, if white's going to die, then I might as well die with a full stomach. I have something to suffer for, and he takes on h5. But bishop e8, crucial move, and he's played it. He's played it. And trouble brewing for the Vietnamese Grandmaster.
Yeah, and just like Chucky, we are very happy seeing Chucky on fire. The same goes for Ruslan Ponomarev. I mean, he's such a brilliant player, and he was quite inactive. He comes back to this World Cup and makes an incredible impact.
And beats Dmitry Kolarz in the previous round's tiebreaks, winning the critical game with black and then finishing him off in something like 15 moves. So you don't want to mess with Ruslan. I think if I'm Lekwang, I want to keep the light skirt bishop. I would vote for something like queen f3. Awkward, yes. Annoying, yes. But at least that way you keep your bishop pair. And again, you have something to suffer for.
Yeah, but it's so unpleasant, yeah, because queen f3 can be met by f4 and then knight take g5s come with the tempo. Your bishops are locked out, black's knight reaches h4 and it's a total domination. Basically, it almost feels like strategical losing position. Of course, we know that Lekwang is an incredible fighter. He will definitely find the way somehow to stay alive. And he goes queen e2, but the position is horrible.
f4 is very likely here by Ponomarev, driving away the dark squared bishop. And just look at how lame these bishops are, both of them biting on granite. But black's knights still have their moment in the sun. One of them is going to drive up from h7 to g5, the other one from g6 to h4. In fact, after f4, bishop d2, maybe starting with knight h4 is the more astute way to treat the position, because you are discouraging white from completing his kingside development. Big chance here for Ruslan.
Then I think it's lucky for white that white has queen g4, forcing the trade of queens, because one needs to get rid of the queens and try to hope to set up some kind of a blockade. And it's unpleasant. White will be torturing white, but maybe it's somehow holdable.
Yep, and we're seeing all of that on the board. f4, bishop d2. Now Ruslan can play knight takes g5, but that gives white the extra option of h4, maybe opening up a little bit of real estate on the king side. That is why we are partial to the idea of blockading the h-pawn first.
But hang on, knight h4, queen g4, I'm hitting your knight, you have to trade, hg, I'm attacking your knight, and the knight takes g5 tactic does not work, I'm covering the f3 square.
And if I go back to g6, then you're able to develop your knight to f3, and the knight will get stuck on h7.
And I'm hanging on to my extra pawn on g5.
Which, from a human perspective, is a bit of a blow that you can't recover the pawn. So I feel like you might be right. Ruslan might want to go for the practical knight takes g5, but isn't h4, h5 a very annoying possibility? Will black have to play an intermezzo f3? But what does that do? Position gets very complicated there.
Exactly. I mean, I feel like Liam has spotted this queen e2 move. It was a wonderful spot. It would be so easy to just collapse, yeah, to admire black's play and black's position, and you say like, oh my god, what can I do? I'm overwhelmed. No, Liam is fighting. He came up with queen e2, and this is what you need in a rapid game. Knight takes g5, h4 annoys your opponent. Knight h4, queen g4 keeps you alive, and actually that endgame doesn't look bad at all. It should be kind of equal.
A quick update. Giri and Abbasov are playing a very boring game one. Looks like Anish Giri will neutralize his Azeri opponent with the black pieces. So that game likely to end in a draw. This seems to be the most interesting game that we have thus far. The Wesley game also has some meat on the bone. So I'll defer to you, Peter. We can stay on this game. We can take a quick detour and look at the position in the Musard-Wesley match. What do you say?
Yes. Yeah, let's do that.
Okay, I'm going to transition us to Musard Wesley. Jules has the white pieces in a Rui Lopez. This was a early d3 variation. And first impressions, typical Rui Lopez structure. Nothing uncommon about this position. Who has the upper hand here, in your opinion?
Well, I think that it's more or less equal. I feel like for the first time I'm seeing a typical Wesley position, that everything is under control, nothing to worry about. That's what I'm used to. That's why I was so shocked seeing Wesley in some strange situation. But the position has a lot of pepperoni here, because white has some d3, d4 ideas. Black has to think about, do I take on d3? But that then white captures on d3 with a tempo hitting the b5 pawn, and might go for some knight e3, d5 jump. And with the queen on d3, bishop on c2, queen h7, checkmating ideas appear if there is a trade on d5.
Indeed. So the big decision for Wesley, who is down 2.5 minutes on the clock. He has had problems with the clock in the rapid portion of this match, and he has made a move. It isn't c takes d3, that much is for sure. And we're about to find out what it is. Not coming in just yet, but you can tell from the camera feed that it is Jules Musard's move. Sometimes the boards slow down for a couple of moments, so move should be coming in momentarily.
Yeah, bishop f8, I think.
Bishop f8, yeah.
Yeah, that's the professional move. I mean, in all these Spanishes, you play rook e8, h6, bishop f8, and then you know that more or less things are under control. And if white is not able to push the pawn d3, d4, then of course you keep the tension, and d4 might run into ed, cd, knight b4. That's also a typical reaction. That's why white plays queen e2.
Putting pressure on this pawn.
And knight a5, that's the move I wanted to actually make, because the queen on a8 eyes the e4 pawn, so I'm discouraging the move d3, d4. I'm hanging on to my c4 pawn, and if we look at the knight on c6 at the moment, it doesn't do anything. And with knight a5, we reinforce the structure, and if black is not releasing the tension, if these d3, c3, c4 pawns are alive, then actually white's bishop on c2 and c1 are not really coming to life.
It's night and day, the difference in structure. If cd bishop d3, you said it, everything comes to life. The b5 pawn is weak. White is breathing easily. If black can continue to clamp down on white's position, it's uncomfortable. The pieces are stumbling on each other. There's not enough space for all of white's minor pieces to have clearly defined roles in the position. I think knight a5 is an ambitious move. I think it's a practical move. And Wesley So has made a move.
But he captured on d3.
And he did. He released the tension. And Wesley, just not that crisp in the rapid portion. But I don't think it's a mistake. I think it's a different way of approaching the position. But he has to figure out what to do with the b5 pawn. Will he push b4? Will he protect it? Yes, he's pushed b4.
He pushed, yeah. I mean, everything is under control. It's simply that all his pieces are perfectly placed. Yeah, this is the whole point of playing the Spanish, right? That classical approach. You know the classical rules, and if you place all your pieces in the right time to the right squares, then you know that no real big surprises might happen to you. Now there are different ideas. Bring that knight to c5, for example, even via knight a5, knight b7, c5. Yeah, you are highlighting knight d7, knight c5 as well. There are different approaches to this position. Black is fine.
Knight d7 has been played, and white immediately responds by entrenching his own knight onto the outpost, threatening a fork on c7 and posing black with a major dilemma. Do you remove that knight from the board? I think no, because white would have played cd, and the bishop on d3 would have gotten really, really nice prospects on the queen side with weak light squares. No need for Wesley to overreact. This knight is surrounded and kept at bay by black's well-coordinated pieces, and now the a file belongs to Wesley.
Yeah, very nice little maneuver, also typical queen b7, rook a8. The rook has done its job on e8. You don't need that rook anymore. Make good use of the a file. I believe that white has nothing concrete. Also, white has nothing much to worry about. Maybe white should just make a useful move like h3, pass the move to black. Of course, Wesley will play knight c5, I believe, and follow it up with rook a2, hitting that b2 pawn, and then the questions will appear for white that how do you handle those situations?
I would be worried here if I was Jules, because this is exactly Wesley's type of position. It's minimal risk for the time being. Yes, Wesley is down on the clock, but he's got a bunch of easy moves, low-hanging fruit, and if the situation on the queen side gets out of control, then Jules might find himself staring down the barrel of essentially insurmountable threats against this b2 pawn.
Yeah, okay, the good news for white is that whenever rook a2, knight c5 happens, white has bishop b1, kicking that rook away from a2. This gives stability, but in any case, Wesley, I think, is now very happy. Finally, he got a stable position where he can show his class, he can maneuver his pieces to the perfect squares.
Jules not liking the look of rook a2, but now he's granted black the extra option of rook a1, which is also very unpleasant, putting pressure on the bishop and trying to encourage the move bishop c2. You could get a repetition of moves there with rook a2, bishop b1, but something tells me Wesley might be flirting with the idea of trying to play this one for a win. Rook a1, rook d1 is on the board.
Yeah, rook a1, rook d1. The only reason why I don't believe that Wesley will be too ambitious is that he's behind on the clock. Yeah, Jules has made sure that he got a nice time advantage, but Wesley, on the other hand, you perfectly mentioned, yeah, that he is so happy in this type of positions. All his moves he has made almost instantly in the last couple of moves ever since the structure was determined, and he might get more and more ambitious.
All hands on deck. All of his pieces are active in the effort to pressure white on the queen side. Even the bishop on f8, it's occupying a defensive post, but it's guarding the d6 pawn, and the d6 pawn is a very important cog in black's machine. It is neutralizing the rook on d1, making moves like knight c7 rather futile, and it's just so hard for Jules to figure out a move here. Black can continue to tighten the screws. Queen a4, maybe at some point black can push b3, although that's a pretty committal move, and the time situation slowly but surely starting to equalize. If I'm Jules, I'm trying to make waiting moves, right? Maybe knight d2 back to f3, and that can be a very effective strategy in your opponent's time pressure, because Wesley ultimately will have to figure out a way to crash through, and that way might not exist.
Yeah, and he opted for knight d2. Yeah, okay, he has nothing to do. Knight on f3 was doing not much. Yes, it did hinder the move knight d4, but knight d4 isn't a real threat at the moment. Black can eventually maybe think about playing something like g6, but I'm not sure that we want to touch anything on the king side. Yeah, this g6 also, yes, in long run, black would get bishop g7 and then reinforce the threat of knight d4 and being much more ready for it. However, in an important rapid game, I don't believe that Wesley will weaken his structure.
Wesley is operating from a position of strength, but he's got to decide fundamentally, is he playing for the win or is he keeping the status quo? And we have our answer. It's the former. He's taken on d5 and followed up with knight d4 and established the knight on an outpost where it can be captured, but then the knight will be replaced by a bloodthirsty pawn that can advance to d3 and wreak havoc along the first rank. Jules could leave that knight on d4 and play the move queen g4. That seems to be the most prudent option, but he has taken he's traded.
Yeah, another big question, because the knight on c5 is a monster. Can we get rid of it with something like knight e4? Is that possible?
Yes, I think it's possible, and I think it's necessary for Jules to resolve the tension satisfactorily.
Yes, and basically something like knight e4 d3 would be a very professional way of continuing the game from black as well.
And at that point, the game would be likely to end in a draw with a liquidation and the reaching of an opposite colored bishop endgame. Even if in some situation white lost the d5 pawn but got the queens off the board, that would be sufficient to hold the position and squeeze half a point out of this rather unpleasant middle game that Jules has found himself in.
Yeah, luckily to him, when it was a little bit unpleasant, he still had this 3-4 minutes time advantage, which gave him a nice cushion, plus made Wesley also feel like, okay, you know what, I probably also don't want too much from this game, just let me play sensible, quick moves, and if the game ends in a draw, then okay, it ends in a draw and we continue.
Couple of updates. Anish Giri and Abbasov have drawn their first game of this second stage of the tiebreakers. That was not surprising. We also have Vidit against Bluebaum, but that has been a less interesting game all around. Let's quickly look at our bird's eye view. The game we were looking at previously, Harika, by the way, winning, crushing Lelo Javahishvili out of the opening. We have that Lekwang Ponomarev game where Ruslan has been the one pushing, but it seems to me that white has managed to stabilize the situation and holds great drawing chances. That's top right of your screen.
Yeah, and in the Jules game, knight e4 d3 on the board, just as we expected. I believe that, yeah, if bishop takes d3, does not blunder anything, then okay, bishop takes d3, rook d1, queen d1, knight takes d4, bishop e4, queen takes e4 would be a very logical human way of continuing the battle.
And at that point, I think a draw offer would be not out of the question, although probably Wesley should make a couple of moves there. Not necessarily because his winning chances are that realistic, but because he wants to cause more fatigue. And, you know, the psychological element, I think, is very important when you play these rapid mini matches, right? If you make your opponent believe that you've got all the momentum and that you've escaped by the skin of your teeth, then that could impact your performance in the subsequent game.
Yes, for sure. I mean, but yeah, Jules is not taking his time. What is he thinking about? Does white have a different move apart of queen g4? Wow.
Brazen, but not wrong. This move also maintains equality. What a move by Jules Moussard. Queen c4, there is knight f6 check, picking off the queen.
Yes, interesting. It's also a little bit ambitious move, yeah, I feel. But on the other hand, okay, come on, black should be fine in any case.
But it appears that black has to part ways with his d-pawn and aim for a dark square domination. So the correct approach is apparently to play knight e4, queen e4, and simply g6, deploy the bishop on g7, and, you know, black has full compensation for the pawn. But it's crazy that black will not be able to win the c4 pawn back.
Exactly. I mean, when Wesley opted for this bishop d5, ed knight d4, and then this d3, I believe he felt like he's super comfortable. I mean, he might be a little bit pushing, so this queen g4 has a psychological effect.
Now he's down on the clock, and he's down quite a bit, 30 seconds, 2.5 minutes on his clock. But obviously, this is not a worrisome position. I mean, I think he could play this well with mere seconds on his clock. It's a simple enough position, but very important not to blunder here. And just to come to terms with the fact that, yeah, knight e4 has to be played, and very likely the game, one way or the other, I think will end in a draw.
Yeah, should be. I mean, okay, black has such a dominant dark squares, but on the other hand, the bishop on b1 cuts that rook completely out of the game. So by keeping those rooks on the board, white actually keeps some chances. I mean, it's not such a comfortable situation for black.
There is also the move queen a6 to a4, but that was a little bit too complicated for Wesley's taste. He trades on e4, and I think we're likely to get g6, just taking the sting out of this queen-bishop battery once white takes on d3.
Yes, so basically the moves I'm expecting is g6, queen takes d3, bishop g7, b3. Black will play something like queen b6, and white will play g3, king g2, h4. Yeah, those are the moves, and we just stay.
And a psychological victory for Musard. I think he's got to feel good that he's up a pawn here, rather than down a pawn, as was totally possible just a couple of moves ago. But now he's got the negotiating power, and he can move his bishop from b1 and be totally fine in any opposite colored bishop endgame. But Wesley's not worse. I think that much is totally clear. He's got full compensation.
Yeah, white will put the pawn to b3, I believe. Probably he has already put it there. Yes, and Wesley just goes bishop f6. He wants to make sure that he goes king g7 next. White plays g3. Black will play pawn to h5. White will put pawn on h4. It's the standard kind of reaction.
As my coach would say, finishing the architectural designs, beautifying the position. And now it's time to repeat moves. I feel like neither side can really do anything of substance. This is sort of an impasse, if you will.
Well, but you have to watch out for some g4, hg, h5 idea. However, g4 can also be met by queen c8 sometimes, and then the queen jumps to g4. There are some tactics here.
Yeah, White's battery is not going to sleep forever. And let's see how Musard handles this with a 2-minute time advantage on the clock. Maybe Wesley kind of baiting him into doing something irrational.
And it's on the board. g4.
Oh, Musard senses the moment.
But queen c8 immediately blitzed out by Wesley just to signal that this is exactly what I've been waiting for.
And I think Musard is regretting his choice already. I think he might have focused on h takes g4 or just played this move out of intuition. Now he's got to go queen g3 apparently and protect his king at all costs, but Wesley can force the queens off the board and win the pawn back. But Peter, there's c5 at the end of the line, a pawn breakthrough. So things suddenly getting very sharp again.
Yeah, but this c5, d takes c5, then the bishop lands on d4, the rook goes back to a8 and d8. I feel like we don't have to worry too much about that pawn. And Wesley might make a turnaround just like in the game against Emre Can, when he also got the dark square bishop, this monster dark square bishop, which helped him to win that game. It could easily be that Wesley goes on to win this.
There is g takes h5, but queen g4 check is really nasty. Black will pick up the h5 pawn, and White will be left with massive, massive weaknesses on the king side, as well as a king that is far from stable if it sits on f1. White has to bite the bullet here. Musard is regretting his choice, but it's still a draw if he moves his queen back and takes the sting out of queen takes g4 check. And he takes on h5.
Wow. Wow, queen g4.
This is
because
bad.
Yeah, he can't play queen g3 because the rook on d1 was hanging, and this one looks awful. Queen takes h5. Look at this rook on d1, completely trapped, paralyzed by the bishop on c3. Wesley will move his rook back to a8, activate the rook.
Gosh.
Oh my god.
Maybe Jules pinning his hopes on c5 and overestimating the power of the passed pawn on d5. Maybe just forgetting that Black can move the rook back to a8, but this has gone completely haywire for the French Grandmaster, and he has to hope that in time pressure Wesley will mess this up, but suddenly it's borderline winning for Black.
Yeah, I mean, okay, this is a dream come true for Black. This is what Wesley was dreaming about.
C5
and okay,
play.
now also you just take on c5, you will put the bishop back to d4, which completely blocks the d5. Even you will have queen d5 move, which is also lovely after bishop d4. I don't see compensation.
Queen d5, queen h1. The white king is going to be subject to all sorts of threats and attacks. Okay. Takes. We're likely to get d6. And the evaluation continues to rise in Black's favor. Bishop d4 is such an important resource. I think you called it. And I think Wesley's going to win this game.
Yeah, and what a turnaround. Yeah, in the previous game we have been covering, it looked like Wesley will be eliminated. If you would have asked me what are the chances that Wesley will not lose that game, I would have said almost zero. He survived that game, and now he might be winning after Jules over pushed it with g4.
Incredible. Musard making the brave decision, feeling that I've got the extra time, I've got Wesley on the ropes, but no, Wesley had everything anticipated, and now it's Musard dropping below 2 minutes. He needs a miracle. Does he push d7 here? I would. I think that might be his only chance, somehow to use that pawn as a bargaining chip. But Wesley could even pick up h4 simultaneously stopping promotion.
Yeah, no, it's such a hopeless position, yeah, because, and queen takes h4 threatens, queen takes f2 checkmate, queen h1 check, covers the d8 square, what a lovely square for the black queen.
Lovely is right, and this is all very simple. One move ideas. Wesley is playing with confidence right now. He knows that this could potentially be the match-ending game. Of course, there is a second match game, and Jewel will have a chance, but it will have to come with the black pieces. Rook a8 is perfectly sufficient. It is the safe alternative because he wants to pick the pawn off with rook d8. And if Jules loses d7, he loses the game instantly.
Yeah, and the point was that after queen takes h4, queen f3, white queen would have been quite nicely placed. He does not want to give white this access to the f3 square.
Now he should take on h4 for sure. Nothing to lose from taking that pawn.
Yeah, especially because the rook was already in time to return. Yeah, so queen takes h4, combine the set on the f2 pawn, and then you just collect because white will be tied to the defense of the f2 pawn.
Well put. Rook d8 coming, queen takes h4 coming. And once white goes 2 pawns down, even a queen trade will probably not save Jules Massard. Wesley converting this very efficiently. Queen takes h4 on the board.
Yeah. Incredible. I mean, how quickly and how easily things turned. Yeah, just one mistake, one brave choice, brave decision by Musa, completely backfiring with this incredible queen a6 to c8. It's so easy to miss those moves which are moving backwards. Yeah, you always expect that the critical move will be something to move forward, but queen c8 was the brilliant key move. So how is Jules fighting? Queen f3 was played. You can sense the tension. You can feel the tension there. Rook d8, rook e4 played. Yeah, that's the only way to hang on to the game. But how long he can hang on? It's looking very bad. The bishop on d4 is a monster. The pawn on d7 cannot really be saved. I think it's gonna be lost. Queen h6 played. And Wesley, look at Wesley. He senses the momentum. He feels that he's winning. Bishop d3 played. This is looking horrible. Yeah, the d7 pawn is lost. That's it. That's it. Black is just 2 pawns up. The rook activates itself, rook a7. Jules in a lot of trouble. Lot of trouble. How to hang on? Queen g5 check. Wesley gives the check. He doesn't want to be provoked to anything. The rook on a7 protects the f7 pawn. Rook g4. What is happening? Queen d8 back. Queen e4. Wow, there is a trap. f5, queen takes f5. Using the pin. Okay, yes, so last seconds, couple of seconds, 15 seconds for Wesley. He plays the move rook a2, attacks the f2 pawn. Wow. And now Musa has to somehow defend it with rook f4 probably and attack the f7 pawn. But it's not looking good. It's not looking good at all. Wesley, how is he handling the nerves? Yeah, this is all about nerves. Jules taking his time. taking his time. But this is so difficult. I mean, I don't see any other move than rook f4, but then queen g5 check comes. And where do you hide? There's nowhere to hide. Yeah, rook f4 on the board. Queen g5 blitzed out instantly. Jules Musa in a lot of trouble. King f1 played. Both players playing with less than, kind of 20 seconds. But still, there is a counterplay against the f7 pawn. If it's no force checkmate, then still the game goes on. Wesley taking all his time. He has to make a move f5, but it's a weakening. Queen b7 check, king h6. It's a safe square, but queen h1 check can be met by queen h5. It has to be met by queen h5, but then rook h4, rook a1 check. Very important that black has this option. Wow. Drama all around. But because of the bishop on d4, there are no other mating ideas from white side. White goes rook f3. But come on, okay, now after rook f3, there are no check options. Yeah, black can just cover the h3 square with something like queen h5, settling queen h1, queen h4 is played, targeting the f2 pawn, that's it. It's a triple attack on the f2 pawn. And the handshake, a designation by Jules Musa. What a big victory for Wesley. Extremely important. Wow. I mean, unbelievable. What a dramatic moment. Wesley takes the lead. I think we all need a breather. Incredible tension has happened here. And Wesley wins a crucial game and takes the lead. We'll be back shortly.
My name is Ethan Curry. We all have nicknames. Chicago is naturally where I'm born and raised, so that's how I got the name. I guess they call me the muscle. I'm the one with the passion. I'm always looking for a good fight, Evidently, it don't make a difference, man. That's checkmate coming up. It don't matter. What we're trying to do is to let them know, hey, we playing down here in Houston, Texas. And if you come down here half-stepping, trust me, we're gonna beat you. You better bring your game.
This August, engage in a battle of epic proportions against some of the most bodacious artists history hath ever seen. Behold, Raphael, the prince of painters, doth seek a fresh apprentice. Dost thou possess the prowess to impress him? Michelangelo, a true Renaissance man, painter, sculptor, architect, and poet, doth possess a myriad of artistic talents. Yet one wonders, can his creative genius translate to brilliance upon the board of chess? Prepare thyself for a game as dramatic as the Baroque paintings of Artemisia Gentileschi, one of the most expressive artists of the 1600s. A renowned sculptor, Donatello stands tall as one of the most important artists of the early Renaissance. His unique blend of creativity, aesthetics, adaptability, and patience maketh him a challenging foe. Lo, Leonardo da Vinci, known for his artistic talents, scientific curiosity, and innovative ideas, is the very embodiment of the Renaissance. He is not only among the greatest artists to ever live, but also one of the greatest thinkers. May fortune smile upon thee. Create thy masterpiece on chess.com. Cowabunga!
All right, folks, we are back at the 2023 World Cup in Baku. I apologize for the disconnection on my end. It's my last day on vacation. The internet hasn't gone down a single time until the highest tension moment of the World Cup. Of course, that's how life always works. But life not worked well for the players who lost their first game of the 10+10 tiebreak, including Jules Moussard, who overpressed against Wesley So and loses with white. His back is against the wall. And Lekwang Liem, Ruslan Ponomarev, the former FIDE World Champion, crushes Lekwang Liem in a stalwart positional display. And all he has to do is draw with the white pieces. The only draw was by Anish Giri, who easily holds Nijat Abbasov with the black pieces. So just so much action, Peter, all around. And I don't know where to begin.
Yes, I think we had still one more game between Bluebaum and Vidit, which also ended in a draw.
Yeah, Bluebaum Vidit was a draw. I thought that Bluebaum was pressing quite seriously. Then Vidit took over the initiative. Sounds like a draw was a pretty fair result.
Yeah, well, the tension is growing. We have witnessed this G3, G4 move by Jules Moussa, which was supposed to be a very strong move, breaking Black's defenses on the king side, but then battled it with this fantastic queen a6 to c8, and the tables were turned. Yeah, this is the moment. Yeah, g4, queen c8, beautifully spotted by Wesley, and suddenly White's king on g2 got into terrible trouble, and Wesley showed beautiful technique, went on to win without any drama.
Absolutely crazy just how quick the situation turns around, right? 1 second, you're in control. Jules Moussard could have won the second game of the 25+10 tiebreak. Instead, he struggles with white. He feels that he finally takes over the initiative, plays g4 wrong moment, and boom, just like that, the game turns around and to defeat Wesley with black on demand. I don't want to call that impossible, but it's very, very close to impossible. And we see Anish Giri carefully adjusting his pieces there. Anish, he's got white. I think he's happy to have drawn the first game, but absolute kudos to Nijat Abbasov on demand in the 25+10 section. And now it all comes down to one more game.
Yes, I mean, the tension is growing. Of course, Anish, I think, will handle this game very professionally. He will not give Black any counter chances. But so far, Abbasov had brilliant opening preparation with the black pieces, had zero problems against Anish. The handshake is there. And let's see what happens.
Okay, 1d4 by Anish Giri. Abbasov responding with the, well, not the Nimzo Indian, because Anish Giri plays knight f3, and we might see a Rogozin. No, we will see a Catalan. A Catalan by Anish Giri. I like that choice. And let's see what Nijat has in mind against it.
Yes, okay. This is a very fashionable line with dc4 grabbing the pawn and then bishop b4 check a5. I think Magnus and also Fabiano Caruana has been playing it, but it's super safe for white. Yeah, the big question is how long this pawn on c4 will stay alive. That's the big question. Usually white slowly recaptures that. So black plays c6.
And a4 by Anish Giri. Does black try to go b5 in this line? Yes, he goes b5 straight away. Does Abbasov? And they're still blitzing out their preparation. Queen g5, forking b7 and b5 and g7.
Yes, but this is the classical way. Usually I think after queen g5, black was castling all the time, and it was leading to some symmetrical endgame. But the move knight b7, this exists, and it gets to into a razor sharp position.
Indeed. And they're still blitzing out their moves. Probably this has happened before in tournament practice. But I have no idea what's going on here. G7 has been eliminated. What worries me is the state of black's king, which can no longer castle. It's stuck in the center. And at least practically, this seems like an easier position for white to play.
Yes, but the asset that black has is this b5 pawn, which can advance to b4, making sure that the b1 knight doesn't really comfortably enters the game. So it's a very double-edged position. I don't know how to call it. It just looks completely unclear to me.
Indeed. And knight c3 is possible. White could make a more neutral move, like, I don't know, rook d1 or knight a3 also possible. And Anish Giri, he develops the knight more modestly to d2, potentially preparing to expand in the center with e4.
Yes, but knight b2, rook g6, hitting that queen. So do we see a repetition? Rook g4, queen h6, rook g6?
Is Anish trying to get this into a blitz?
Well, I mean, he probably got out prepared again. Yeah, Abbasov is just coming up with brilliant ideas, and yeah, Anish has nothing against repeating.
Wow. And Anish Giri with a draw, of course. That took about 3 minutes for them to repeat moves. And Anish clearly not minding a further transition into a 5+3 match, which means we will have more commentary coming up.
Yes, that's for sure. But now we will immediately go to the Wesley So Musa match because Jules needs to win on demand with the black pieces against Wesley. How do you do that? And he's going for this type of hippopotamus structures with g6, b6, bishop g7, bishop b7, d6, e6, knight e7. Even here, Wesley is extremely solid. What do you think of this position?
Well, to me, this looks incredibly pleasant for Wesley. And it's not enough to unbalance the game. You also have to unbalance it for your opponent. Black has unbalanced his position, but White's position is still completely balanced. Probably Jules will play b takes c5 to preserve some sort of double-edged nature, but then White can play 3 and deploy the dark squared bishop to f4 and really hit Black where it hurts on the d6 pawn.
Wow, yeah, that's a very good call, yeah, because b takes c5, knight b3, using the pin along the d5, so Black will have to play the move queen c7, then White enters with the bishop to the action with on f4, bishop f4, and there is no good way of really protecting that d6 pawn. I mean, probably Black has to try something like rook d8, but it's very scary.
Yeah, and then White could follow up by doubling, for example, on the d file, or playing, you know, a neutral move like h3. I just don't see Wesley So losing this game. He's so comfortable when he's got the positional advantage.
Yes, and he's blitzing out his moves. B takes c5, knight b3 happen. Now we're gonna see bishop f4. That's kind of a thematic move, yeah, on the board already. And e5.
Ugh.
Oh my god. Oh, yes, exactly.
But Jules is trying to f5, I think. He wants to go king h8 and f, and that might be Black's only practical chance here to really jumpstart the activity on the king side with f5.
Yeah, and try to use that White's knight on b3 still far away. If White's knight from b3 ever reaches the e3 square and then gets access to the d5 square, then of course it will be horrible for Black. All right, there is some intrigue. I mean, objectively speaking, clearly White is better, but Musa doesn't care about it. He's trying to get some chances.
Yeah, and I think e5 is a lot better than trying to passively protect the pawn with rook d8. I think this at least gives him some sort of path toward unbalancing the position further.
Yes, exactly. I mean, okay, you don't have to defend. I mean, defending doesn't bring you anything. You have to try to create chances for yourself, even if objectively your position is unpleasant. The big question is, what do we do with this bishop on f4? Yeah, because the position is closed. I might be even tempted to play something like bishop g5, with the idea that if Black plays h6, I will be very happy trading that bishop for the knight. Bishop g5 on the board, but knight bc6, protecting the e7 knight with the other knight. So whenever White trades on e7, Black will be very comfortably recapturing with the knight.
Yeah, and I think Wesley's most obvious plan involves pressuring the d6 pawn, maybe with rook d2. Even rook d3 comes to mind in order to leave the d2 square for the queen. You could set up sort of Alekhine's gun on the d file. So that's one idea. But Black's next two moves, I think, are pretty clear. He wants king h8 and f5. So Wesley So has a ticking clock here. Right? He can't take forever, and I don't think he's got time to maneuver the knight, for example, from b3 to e3, because f5 will come a little bit too soon for White to be comfortable with.
Yes, that's for sure. And as long as the bishop is on g5, actually Black does not need to waste a move on h6. If that bishop retreats somewhere, then of course before going f5, we'll have to cover the g5 square. That's why the move h7, h6 will be played at some point.
Indeed. And Wesley taking his time. He's clearly not, he's not blitzing. So I think he realizes that these next couple of moves are going to be pretty important.
Yes, I mean, one of the ideas that I see is to eventually at some point get bishop e3, knight fd2, and all this counterplay we have been talking about after king h8, f5, to meet it with f3, just to stabilize the e4 pawn. If I will even get the chance of removing that bishop from c4 to d3 and then get that knight to c4, that would be a very harmonious type of regrouping. What is your take on this?
Yeah, unfortunately, I'm still keep talking, Peter. I'm still experiencing some internet problems.
Yes, all right. So, well, it looks that objectively white is better, but this is very much Shul Musa's territory. He knows that he has nothing to lose. He has to win at all cost. He's in a must-win situation. And in order to get any chances against Wesley, you have to play something strange. You have to play something complicated, not entirely sound, but who cares about it? It's all that matters to create some chances. And Wesley is burning some time. I mean, we did see, and we were praising him for being super professional, keeping the position stable. But this e65, which I was first a little bit critical of, the computer did mention the v5, but I did not, or I don't really like to call out some computer moves which I don't believe in. But once Musa played the move e5, and we are dealing with this position, it looks like it's just an unclear position.
Indeed.
So let's see. Do we switch to some other game, or?
Let's switch to another game. I think Wesley has this under control.
All right. So let's check out Vidit, because we haven't really been following that match against Bluebaum. Okay, it's a very solid match. I believe, I mean, knowing both players, they're extremely solid players, but Black has everything under control. I mean, this is a lovely isolated pawn position.
Very much so. And Matthias Bluebaum, someone who's kind of flown under the radar in this event. How well do you know Matthias in general?
Well, he's a good friend. He's a teammate for already 7 years. Yeah, something like 6 or 7 years I'm playing with him in the Bundesliga together in Dezhou. I know the German national team also very well. We have had some training sessions with the German national team. I know he's very solid, and he has recently made tremendous success in all these online events. I mean, he is getting stronger and stronger, gets more and more confidence. So I'm very happy to see this.
Indeed. And I think that in general, IQP positions have gotten more popular for the side with the isolated pawn. And here, a great example of where you can't just look at the position and say, oh, well, okay, there's an isolated queen pawn, white is better. No, you have to look at the placement of the other pieces. And if you do that, you see that, as you pointed out, Peter, Black is dominating in the realm of piece activity. D4 has to be considered, but I personally would not necessarily rush to eliminate my isolated queen pawn. I actually think the d5 pawn is a strength here rather than a weakness.
Yes, I mean, basically the problem what white is faced with, that he would love to have that knight instead of c3 on f3, or that knight on e2, so that he could play the move bishop c3. Then we would think that white has everything under control, but this is not realistic. The knight on c3 is misplaced, the bishop in d2 is horrible, the queen on e2 also feels like it needs to move somewhere. But how much time do you have? And it's, by the way, Black to move.
Queen e7, bishop b8, and queen d6 is one regrouping to try to induce the extremely weakening move g3.
Yes, that's basically a very clever idea. I mean, it's a wonderful regrouping. I'm actually loving that.
And white, how does white untangle here? Does he play bishop d2 back to e1 in order to try to intensify the pressure on d5?
Yeah, I think white will need to play both queen f1 and bishop e1. He has to kind of, because the queen on f1 will protect the h3 pawn, so that whenever you go this queen e7, bishop b8, queen d6, I can play the move g3 and the pawn on h3 will not be hanging.
Interesting. Well, Vidit is taking his sweet time here. He's under 7 minutes, and he's trying to squeeze the most juice out of this position. I think he senses that this is a chance, that if he can make a couple of accurate moves, and he will gain a big advantage. But d4, huge decision here for Vidit. And is this a sign that he prefers to err on the side of caution?
Well, but also it's very tempting because there are all kinds of tactical ideas like bishop c4. Where is this queen really going from e2? I'm really scared for white.
Bishop takes d4. Maybe you need to play bishop e3 and try to get pieces off the board at all costs.
Yeah, but then bishop c4 tempo comes, and I might destroy your pawn structure.
Let me play those moves on the board as Vidit contemplates with which piece to capture on d4. Bishop d4, we're talking about bishop e3, bishop e6 to c4, queen drops back to e1, and I guess, Peter, you just play bishop takes c3, let's say rook d8, queen d8, fe3, but the pawn on b7 is also a long-term weakness for black. It feels to me like Vidit could have done more than this type of position. Do you share that intuition?
Well, but still, yes, intuitively, yes, but there is this move b6. I mean, solving that problem, and if you take a, queen b6, then I'm targeting both of your pawns on e3 and b2.
Still unpleasant, I agree. And I would not put too much stock in the computer's assessment of 0.00. This is definitely easier to play for black, particularly in this version. As we go back to the live board, indeed, bishop d4 is on the board. I am fully expecting bishop e3, though. It is in Matthias's style to play more concretely, and he's gone bishop e3 already.
Yes, he had to play this move, and I'm kind of expecting this line to happen because it's a very natural human way of, bishop c4 on the board.
There it is. And we're following that exact line. Queen e1 is essentially forced.
And basically the reason why Vidit finally got attracted to this among all the other options is exactly that he isolates his pawn and then he sees that he will play b6. And also with this time control, it's so pleasant to play like this, that white has the weaknesses, but black has a very easy play. It's not about how big is the advantage. Important is that you know that it's so easy to play, all the decisions you can take instantly, and white is the one facing the problems.
Indeed. One threat after another. Vidit is in the driver's seat, and Matthias Bluebaum has a tough defensive task ahead of him. Perhaps we can take this opportunity to go back, first of all, to the bird's eye view, because we've got some crazy developments. In particular, Le Quang Liam has managed to get exactly the kind of position that he would want. Ruslan Ponomarev has just sacrificed a queen. I think we have to go to that game and see what on earth is going on there. Let's go to the Ponomarev game. Ruslan has the white pieces, and all he needs is a draw. But I do not like this one bit. What is happening?
Yeah, I don't know if he sacrificed or he blundered or he missed something, because it certainly doesn't look like he only has a piece and the rook for the queen, and I don't see mating ideas.
And there is no attacking idea. I think he's just taking as much as he can get. He's taken on g7. We will likely see a trade on e4, and then Le Quang will move his rook to the open g file. Definitely black is better, but the question, I guess, is, does white have realistic saving chances here? And I suppose the answer is yes.
Well, but I also feel like Liam will take this game. I mean, he will use this chance. I mean, you spoke about it, that he is so professional. He's so focused all the time. Yeah, that's, I think, his incredible strengths. He's using the maximum out of his chances. I don't think that... and he also handles the nerves very well. I see him equalizing the match.
He's so unemotional, and he doesn't get too high with the highs, doesn't get too low with the lows. And to win with black on demand is absolutely next level. But he's got a lot of work to do, and he's taking some time. I wonder if he's thinking whether to take on e4 or to start with rook g8 immediately. And I guess the downside of rook g8 is that white can play bishop takes b7 and then actually capture on h5. And this is very easy to miss. And so he takes on e4. Good stuff by Le Quang once again.
Yes, because if white takes now with the rook on e4, then black has rook h7. And he keeps an eye on the h5 pawn.
Ah, very true. So white should take with a knight. And if white plays bishop takes rook, then black plays bishop takes knight intermezzo, and then the queen picks up the bishop with a winning position. And knight takes e4 on the board.
Yeah, rook g8, now the white bishop has to fall back to e5 and eventually to g3, but that also allows black to jump with the knight to c4 with the tempo.
And b2 might fall. The bishop on e7, such a heroic defensive piece. It's guarding d6 and f6, keeping the knight at bay. Very important.
Yeah, it's unbelievable how quickly White actually lost control of this game. We don't have time to go back and to see what happened, but I'm basically astonished. Yeah, that okay, we knew that Ruslan only needs a draw, and then after 15 minute moves with the white pieces, he's in such a situation. Yeah, I also feel like now that we know that Liam is in control and he has all the chances to bounce back, I would be happy to move back to the Wesley's game to see if Musa is able to create chances. Because that game had the potential of getting very interesting.
Okay, let's go back to that game. I'm going to flip it up. And there we go.
Wow.
And it looks like total domination for Wesley So. Not on the clock, but definitely on the board.
Yes, lovely. And he has exactly got that picture that I had in front of my eyes with bishop e3, knight fd2, knight c4, moving that bishop. But even the bishop is on e6. Wow, monster bishop.
Totally just, there's no, and black has managed to play f5. That's the ironic thing. But it hasn't helped. He's just gotten the pawn to f4. But that's it. And bishop h3 by Wesley, apparently not the most accurate move.
Okay, but good enough. I mean, you just enjoy the position. The pawn on d6 is falling. Bishop h4 is a threat as well. I don't want to be too harsh with a good move.
Yeah. This is looking very grim for Jules Massard. I mean, just look at his pieces. He's got a knight on a7. Not sure what it's doing there. It has no prospect because the d4 square is also controlled by the white pawn.
Yeah, no, this is unbelievable. I mean, what a control white got. The knight is still on b3, so that knight does not care at all to move, and it does not even need to move. Probably white will collect on d6, and finally white will hit the pawn on c5 with a timely knight b3 takes c5.
Ooh, queen b6. Is there tactics here with knight b6?
What? Queen takes b3 and then?
I don't get it either. Knight a8, bishop a8, and I guess just queen takes a6?
But then I have queen b7 falling back with my queen.
Takes, and bishop takes c5 maybe?
Oh, okay, but this kind of things are getting too much. I don't believe that Wesley wants to calculate things like this.
Totally not a style. You know, Wesley's style move would be to play knight c1 here.
Yes, exactly. I'm expecting the move knight c1.
Knight b6 will then be a major threat, as will, of course, knight takes d6, rook a3, but I don't love that, because that does allow black to play d5, and this, I think, is Jules' only chance to complicate the game. And he's done it.
Yeah, he goes for d5. On the other hand, Wesley is attracted to some idea like move the knight from b3 and then go rook b3. It still looks very good.
Indeed. So ed, bishop d5, knight b6, c4. Suddenly,
yes, I mean, this is
messy.
Yeah, I prefer even maybe just to keep that c4 square with knight b3 to d2 after ed bishop d5. Yeah, just to sit on the squares.
Very positional. Knight d2. Also, you have then the e4 square for the knight. What only thing that worries me is Wesley's clock here. That might be Jules' only hope at this point in the game.
And this is what he's banking on.
Yeah. Big moment. You like knight bd2, and then potentially, in response to rook d8, you could even play knight e4, because then the queen will be pinning the rook, and the knight will be untouchable. But he goes for it. Knight b6.
He goes for it. Fearless Wesley. Wow. All right, he senses the moment.
c4, queen f1. And when the rook is captured, this bishop on f2 will rise from the dead and attack the knight on a7. Wesley will go up in exchange in the event of that line.
Well, ever since black was forced to push the d6 pawn, then the bishop already on f2 is doing an incredible job buying the c5 pawn.
Amazing for Wesley So. c4 is on the board. Jules going down the primrose path, but I think this path will lead him to sure defeat.
Yeah, Queen F1, also very nice. I mean, just making sure that everything is protected.
Mm-hmm. I'm also keeping an eye on the other games. And it looks like we might have quite a few matches going into the Blitz. Because Bluebound Vidit looks like it's very likely at this point to end in a draw. We might stick on this game. This is definitely the most interesting. But quick view at the bird's eye view, just so we can make sure we're all on the same page. Looks like Ruslan Ponomarev has recovered from his tailspin and has great chances of holding together the position.
Wow, yes, he got a grip on the structure, yeah, with the knight on c4. But still, okay, there are some dangers, of course. But this h4, h5 pawns, so black would love to play f5, f4, but then white will jump to g5 with the knight. Yeah, it's still all to play for there.
Indeed. We go back to the Wesley game as the knight circles back to c4, blocking the contact between the queens and discovering an attack on the knight on a7. Obviously, the knight is untouchable because the rook will hang. And is Wesley just trying to repeat moves with knight b6? Look at that. And Jules is basically powerless to avoid that repetition.
Well, but he also first collected the c4 pawn, yeah? So now also the queens are in trade.
And Jules has to trade them and go e4 or bishop c4 check, but the king makes it to e1 in time, unless Wesley wants to take with a rook.
I think he will take with the king. Yeah, it's on the board.
How does Jules complicate the game?
Well, hard to see. I mean, probably e4 has to be played. It's the only chance. You have to try to open things up.
Mm-hmm. Mm-hmm.
But Wesley in total control.
E4, f takes e4, bishop c4 check, king e1, and maybe get the e5 square for your knight. He gives the check straight away, but this is not going to cut it.
Yeah, now the bishop is hanging on c4. He has no time to push e4. That's a big difference. And the knight is landing on c5.
Ooh, that is a knife right there, knight c5. Yeah. Total domination here positionally and on the queen side.
Yes. Now this is basically zero chances for black. White is, I mean, officially not pawn up, but it feels like white is like 2 pawns up.
It's crazy that white isn't. Your brain plays tricks on you here. But no, black has a 4-on-2 on the king side technically, but only technically. This is dead lost.
Yeah, I mean, just imagine that we put back 1 pawn from f4 to f5 and we cut off the bishop on h3. It's already
sorry. I'll
okay,
flip
but
the
we
gate
can
back
also
on.
we can also jump there. It's fine with me.
No, let's stick to this game for just like a couple more moves, just to make sure Wesley has it under control, and then we'll switch straight to the Ponomarev game. Yeah, I think this one's over.
Yeah,
I think it's safe
hopeless.
to say Jules might resign. Okay, b4.
Yeah, also bishop f5, bishop e4, just bringing that bishop back to e4. I mean, then you feel like enough is enough. I mean, it's hopeless.
Bishop f5 is such a Wesley style move. I think he's going to play it. b4 is not going anywhere.
Yeah, but probably b4 wins the game on the spot. But it just it depends on your nerves. Yeah, that's how you want to handle it.
Speaking of nerves, Ruslan also very close. b4 on the board. These are the last moves, and the last moves that Jules Moussard will play in the 2023 World Cup. Wesley is not about to let this one slip from his grasp. And that previous game, that was debilitating.
Yeah, and basically, Moussa will be very disappointed afterwards when he realizes how big of a chance he had to knock Wesley out.
Pain. Not as much pain as Fatalieva experienced yesterday against Xu and Jun, but comparable. I mean, he was basically 2 or 3 moves away from winning the whole thing in the second game of the 25 plus 10 portion.
Exactly.
Man. Brutal game.
This is Yeah, chess is a brutal game. Yeah, that's why we love it and sometimes hate it. Yeah, when you are in the receiving end, yeah, then sometimes you feel like, oh my God, what is chess doing to me? But it's only for 1-2 minutes, and then okay, this is part of the game.
I'm conflicted. I don't know if we should trust that Wesley has this under control, because the Ponomarev game is a little bit more combative, but obviously to watch Wesley convert this is also a treat. I'll give you the wheel here, Peter.
Well, I was hoping that the game will be over faster, but yeah, now e4. First of all, Musa needs to win, yeah, this game, and he's completely lost. And even this e4 bishop takes e4 rook takes c3 tactic does not help him at all.
White can play rook takes a6. White can play rook takes c3. The intrigue at this point isn't whether Musard will win; it's whether White will win or whether Wesley will give him a pity draw. But the results of the match is no longer in question, and that's why a resignation would be a reasonable move here for Musard.
Yes, basically I'm also expecting. By the way, this e4 bishop e4 rook takes c3 just loses the piece due to bishop takes c6. So even this is not possible.
Oh yeah, no, it's over. The game is over. Let's switch to Ponomarev, because that's a lot more intriguing of a finale. I am going to take us there, and I feel like Ruslan should be able to hold his own here. Yeah,
should,
I think,
but I mean, luckily for Black, he has this f7 e6 construction, so there are some potential long-term breaks with f5, e5, f4. It reminds me of this very important critical game of the candidates between Anish Giri and Jan Nepomniachtchi of the very first round of the 2020 candidates.
Yeah, it's not as clean as it would be if you had repositioned the pawn from e6 to g6. That would be a dead draw. There would be nothing to fight for, and Jules Musard had nothing to fight for. He has just resigned. We congratulate Wesley So. He moves on in exquisite style, and the Frenchman's World Cup journey comes to an end.
Yes, it's a very unfortunate situation for Jules. Probably before the match he expected that, yes, Wesley is the big favorite. However, he had all the chances in the first rapid game, in the second rapid game, but finally Wesley is the one celebrating.
Indeed, Wesley will take his much-deserved rest because he has to play tomorrow. And those who have to make it through the tiebreak, they don't get that extra day of rest. And that's pretty big. People like Magnus Carlsen are chilling, relaxing in their hotel room while Wesley was slaving away. And he works hard, he gets rewarded, he wins, he advances. Will Ruslan Ponomarev follow suit? Le Quang trying his last chance. The movement of the kingside pawns, f5, f4, is the ideal scenario. Should Ponomarev prevent that, and if so, how?
Yes, it's a very tricky situation. I don't know exactly what to suggest. One should also keep an eye on rook versus queen position. Yeah, if white has this pawn on f2, sometimes you can sacrifice the knight and set up some fortress on the third rank with sitting with the rook on g3 and e3. But black still has this h pawn, so it's a very delicate matter.
It is indeed. Le Quang bringing his king into position. It's also frustrating for white that the a pawn just isn't moving anywhere. That queen on e4 is an ideal location.
Yeah, it's a wonderful queen. The king is also beautifully placed on e6, f5, f4 is coming. The a pawn, I feel like one could even remove that pawn. It does not pay any part of this game. Yeah, he goes rook d8. Yeah, tries to get behind. What does it give us?
f5.
Because after f5, f4, gf, sometimes there will be rook e8 check, but black will always have some queen g6 check before. Of course, he does not need to blunder the queen.
King e7 also possible in some positions, although you would have to watch out for potential knight checks on d5. But also the time, 38 seconds for the Vietnamese Grandmaster. And he's investing the rest of his time to probably weigh the pros and cons of f5 against queen b1 check, which he does deliver. Queen b1 on the board.
Yeah, he gives, maybe Liam will just collect the pawn a2, but I feel like, yes, he collects. But this gives white the chance to activate the rook. Rook h8?
Queen e2.
Going after the... Yes, rook h6 check, f6, and then we have this status quo, nothing moves exact. Okay, king f6, rook e8, king f6 happened. Also feel like white could eventually put the rook on g5 and then stop any kind of f5s. Yeah, if I just put a rook on f5.
Uh-huh. So rook g8, rook
like,
g5.
Yes. Yes, and it's kind of a blockade, no? It's a fortress.
Oh, it's a complete fortress. You put the rook on f5 and just shuffle the king. You're absolutely right. The knight defends the rook, the pawn defends the knight, king defends the pawn.
You will have to sacrifice the queen, maybe even on e3, but then you also cannot put the pawn on f6, but I will keep the rook on g5 as long as you play f6, and rook f5 if you play queen takes e3, I always have rook takes f6 check as well, yeah, as a finesse.
Great point. Yeah, I think this is the drawing construction that Ruslan is looking for. I was attracted to g4, but I soured on that idea because of something like queen a4. It hits the rook, and you don't want things to get overly tactical, but he does play g4. I don't know. It's a risky move because of queen a4.
Yeah, it shows like white is, you know, believing his calculations. I wouldn't be, you know, after all this marathon and everything, I would just stick to the safest option as possible, some mechanical situation, because with g4 you can blunder something and that's it.
And he's taken on g4, and he wants to win the knight with king f5. Knight takes c5, queen a4, and suddenly the rook has a hard time staying attached to the knight.
But then there is knight takes f7 with the forking idea, knight d6.
Wow, you won't be able to take the rook. Ruslan has a minute 20, but even in that final position, king f6, and...
Yes, but then I go rook e3 and then rook g3, I get this theoretical draw. I can give up the knight.
Oh, you get the fortress. Wow. Yes. Will Ruslan take on e5? Now, he can play knight e3 check, but that, I think, is the wrong path. I think that gives serious practical chances. Would you agree with that?
That wasn't the idea of going g4, and we're going to see this. He will take on f7.
And he knows the theoretical endgame. He sees knight f7. He plays it. And it's a table-based draw.
Yes, queen c6 check will be given, then king g1, and I mean, we can just give the f7 knight, get the rook back to e3 to g3, and you just shuffle. There is no way to break this construction.
Amazing. And a check by Lekwang. You have to just avoid blundering your rook.
Well, he gives up the knight immediately. Yeah? Queen c4 check, king moves back, and we're going to see rook e3 instantly played.
Yeah, nothing that Lekwang can do other than to take the knight, because the rook is untouchable. No, this is a draw. That's so good to know. This is why you need to learn your theoretical endgames. It's hard to come up with this unless you're confident that this is a draw. But it is.
Yeah, the pawn on f2. Actually, this is a very, very important one. The same goes for the c2 pawn, the c7 pawn, f7. Yeah, all the same pawns. It's a lovely construction.
Yep, rook can shuffle g3, e3, g3. The king is permanently cut off, and there, most importantly, there's no Zugzwang because the rook has two possible squares.
Yes, exactly.
Just close your eyes. A monkey could draw this, and I think Lekwang will give up the draw very shortly.
Yeah, we can see on his body language he's very disappointed because there are some positions you can squeeze and you can hope for something, but here he knows exactly that that's it. It's over.
Such a good feeling Ruslan must be experiencing right now. He just knows that this is a theoretical draw, and he doesn't have to think or do anything. You just go rook e3, rook g3, you respond to checks, and that's it. Lekwang acquiesces to the draw. Ponomarev advances. What a save, and what a run in the World Cup it has been thus far.
Yeah, unbelievable. I mean, but very well deserved Ponomarev. What he has done in the previous game, winning that game in the Nimzo Indian, that was truly stunning.
Let's go to the Bluebaum game because one game is still remaining. It is likely to be a draw, but they are in a time scramble. And it is the Bluebaum Vidit game, which continues to have a little bit of action in it. The first game ended in a draw, so if they draw this endgame, then they do move to the 5+3, and they join Giri against Abbasov, which is the only other pair, to go into the third stage of the tiebreaks.
Yeah, there is a lot at stake here because black can go to the a5 pawn, but white has knight g5, knight f3 idea himself, targeting the h pawn.
Should be a draw by liquidation. If black gets the a pawn or white gets the h pawn, I feel like white's king is close enough to that passer. We might get exactly that. Knight e5, knight p3, knight f3 maybe.
Yes, this is
Draw.
what we're gonna see. And then white can sacrifice on f5 as well. The king is marching towards the a pawn, king d3, king c3.
Yep. King e6. No, he checks on c4. I mean, doesn't really matter. They should agree a draw any second now.
Well, the idea is something like king c3, king e4, king b4, knight b7. Yeah, making sure that the king will not reach the a pawn, but yeah, knight g2, knight e3 check. This is great technique.
And of course, black should stay in the vicinity of the h pawn because that pawn moves really fast, and we know how bad knights are at stopping corner pawns. So important for black to keep the king close enough to be able to stop the h pawn.
Yeah, knight e3 check, king e6. Both players are also super professional, very solid players. And that's why also they can't really break each other's defenses.
Very evenly matched. I mean, yes, Vidit is 50 points higher rated, but Bluebaum is one of those 2670s who, in my eyes, is basically a 2700. Like, basically on the level of a seasoned Super Grandmaster, even though he's lacking a little bit of strength in certain positions. And there we go. A draw. And they go to the third stage. Okay, that's it. Whew. We're not done yet.
Not at all.
Not even close. Anish Giri, he will have to prove that his decision, Peter, to take that draw with white will be rewarded. But that was quite the decision by Anish. And a very evenly matched second stage of the tiebreaks for Bluebaum and Vidit. We will have those two matches to watch after the players settle down with a short break. What do you make of this second stage, Peter?
Well, we have seen some incredible technique by Ruslan Ponomaryov. It was vintage Pono. It was truly stunning. I mean, we know exactly how strong Black Van Liam is. Knocking him out, it was sensational. And slowly, in my eyes, Wesley is becoming a favorite of this World Cup. I mean, if you have so many lives and you just refuse to die and you stay alive in every situation, no matter what, then I mean, who will knock you out?
Wesley could have been on the plane to Minnesota tomorrow. Instead, he will be back in his hotel enjoying the rest day and preparing for his next match. We will prepare the scene for the third stage of these round 3 tiebreaks, folks. We will have Blitz in Anish Giri versus Abbasov and Bluebaum versus Vidit. Do not go anywhere. You will not want to miss the scintillating conclusion of these final 2 matches. We'll be back with more World Cup action in just a couple of short minutes.
That is it. Still plenty of options and opportunities left. All right, next one. You ready? Yes. Let's do it. Kasparian study. White to move.
Okay, I know this one.
You know it.
It's not fair. Queen a3, rook d2, rook b2.
Very good.
It's Kasparian.
Kasparian study, yes? Yeah. Looks kind of familiar. But... okay, yeah. Rook d2, rook b2, rook b1. So how do you start? Queen a3, rook a2, rook d2, d2, rook takes a3, rook b2, rook a2, rook b1. Very nice, very nice. Well done.
Okay. So it's queen a3 check, rook a2, then rook d2, rook a3, rook b2, rook a3, rook b1.
Very nice.
Yeah.
Very nice, yes. Impressive knowledge. Another study. I mean, if you know this one, I'll be mightily impressed. White to move.
Okay, this one I don't know. So it's 10 seconds as well?
10 seconds.
Oh.
Yeah. Bishop b6, c5, queen b8, b6,
king c8,
king c8, king e4,
h4,
h4. Now I have to. Yes, king f5 and king
h5 and king e4.
Yeah.
Very nice. Is king e4 the final move? Bishop b6, queen b6, c5, queen b8, b6, king c8, king e4. Yes, h4 and king f5, h5, and king e4. King e4 back. Yeah, very nice. Well done.
Okay, this one is a bit difficult, I can say. So I guess bishop takes b6.
Yes.
Queen b6, c5.
Yes.
Queen b8, b6, king c8, c7, queen b7.
C7 might not be correct.
Oh, king e4. King e4. Yes.
H4.
H4. You have pawn on g3, h4, and h6, right?
Yes.
Okay, then king f5,
H5,
h5, king e4. Okay.
Exactly. Yeah.
Very nice. Yeah.
That's the one. Very nice.
Yeah.
Okay, we are back. 2023 World Cup. We are entering the third stage of the tiebreaks here in round 3. It's been an action-packed day. Grandmaster Daniel Naroditsky, Grandmaster Peter Leko, bringing you coverage of today's tiebreaks. We've got 2 matches in the open section and 1 in the women's. Bluebaum against Vidit, and of course, Anish Giri against Nijat Abbasov, which we will focus on. A great run so far by the Azerbaijani Grandmaster, who's demonstrated, Peter, excellent opening preparation. It's not easy to neutralize Anish Giri the way that he has.
Yeah, absolutely stunning. I mean, I believe that by now slowly Anish is going crazy, that I cannot believe that I'm not able to do anything against Abbasov. And it's a match situation. Yeah, it plays with your mind, but of course this is now Blitz. This is a completely different discipline, 5 minutes plus 3 seconds increment. Also, this is now again a big change, yeah, because before the players got 10 seconds increment, now only 3. You have to adjust.
If you're just joining us, this is the key, folks. It's not a 10-second increment. 5 minutes and 3 seconds with a 3-second addition per move. That changes the landscape of the game completely. It means you cannot build up a lot of time if you get down on the clock. This is Blitz, man. You're going to be down on the clock for the rest of the game. 5+3 sounds like a very generous time control if you're coming from a bullet brawl, but coming from 25+10 and then 10+10, it actually does feel like Blitz.
Absolutely. And look at this. They are both very focused also in the women's section. Look at the tension.
Oh. 2 arbiters behind them. And the arbiters are sitting there just to make sure that order is being maintained, particularly in those time scrambles. The shorter the time control, the crazier things get. And we've got 2 arbiters per table to maintain order. The handshake, the starting of the clocks, the starting of the games, the starting of the third stage of tiebreaks. Here we go. Buckle your seatbelts, folks. And we are going to start by observing Anish Giri's game against Nijat Abbasov.
And it's again a Queen's Gambit, a classical Queen's Gambit. However, now it's Abbasov who deviates with bishop takes f6. Their rapid game featured bishop h4. Anish goes d takes c4, bishop c4, c5.
I'm not enthralled with this. I mean,
yeah, it's not the main reaction, exactly.
Doesn't feel very testing to me.
I mean, I believe that Black was playing something like c6 castles, knight d7. It used to be the main line. But Anish comes from the Ragozin spirit, yeah? So he very much plays in the Ragozin spirit by trying to open up that bishop on f6 as quickly as possible. But White can go for goes for knight e4. He tries to get an isolated pawn. But no, cd, ed now with the knight e4. I'm not really getting this knight e4 move.
I feel like Abbasov is going to take on f6 and take on d4 with the queen. Giri's way too solid in these types of positions to lose. And it feels like the shorter the time control, the weightier the significance of having white. And Abbasov's not going to get lucky in the opening forever. This just doesn't feel like the way to handle the white pieces against Anish.
Yeah, not at all. Knight e4 felt like a panicking decision. Yeah, that I don't know how to play against DC, bishop c4, c5. Let me trade all the pieces. Anish will get a lot of confidence out of this if he able to make an easy draw. And I'm expecting king e7, rook c8, knight c6 development, 0 problems, and a rather easy draw.
Position plays itself, and I almost would take Black from the psychological standpoint that you've proven once again that you're rock solid. Abbasov should keep an eye on the clock here. I mean, Anish will not offer a draw, I think, and you know, it's not like these endgames end in draws 100% of the time. Anything can happen in Blitz, but I think we're going to get a bunch of trades down the c-file, and the first game is going to end in peace once again.
Yeah, and then we can basically devote our attention to the Vidit Bluebaum match, because, I mean, at least the game, I'm pretty sure that this match will heat up, but not in this game.
Eventually, it's got to heat up. They keep making draws, and I'm not shocked, it's the wrong word, but I'm surprised that Abbasov seemed to go voluntarily into a line that leads immediately to just total liquidation.
I think that the reason why Anish actually can get a lot of confidence out of this game, that he suddenly noticed that there is a weakness in Abbasov, yeah, that he probably did not expect this DC bishop c4 c5 because it's not the best solution. And then his first instinct was to force a draw. And in a match game, there is so much psychology involved that who knows, this might be the turning point psychologically for Anish.
Against Magnus Carlsen, if I had this with either caller, I would be shaking, quivering in my boots. But objectively, a little bit surprised that the computer gives a smidgen of an advantage for black, just like 0.1. But to me, that feels completely insignificant. I think we're going to get a trade of all the rooks, and one side is just going to, do the dirty work and offer the draw.
Yeah, I mean, I don't feel that there will be any decisive thing happening in this game. It's almost like the players are getting ready to take off all the pieces.
Yeah, just the way that they're moving, I think, is already a signal that they both know which direction this game is going, but they're sort of going through the motions of making the regular moves. b3 by Abbasov, of course, not blundering bishop takes c4, which would have discovered an attack on the bishop. Oh, what a dead position.
Yeah, I don't know if you feel like we can also move on to some other game.
I think we can entrust that these players will ultimately take this game into the direction of a peace treaty. And let's at least check out the blue-bound Vidit position, because there is a little bit more meat on the bone. So I'm going to locate and click on that game. This is what we have. Vidit has the white pieces, the bishop pair, and a Nimzo Indian. This time it's Bluebaum who has the isolated queen pawn, but it's a much more inferior version for black than the previous game was.
Yes, this is a very nice position for white. Yeah, white was actually setting to put the bishop to d4 via e5, d4. That's why black instantly retreated that knight from c5 to d7, making sure that white is amenable. Yeah, white just plays a4, a5. It's a typical idea, fixing that weakness on b7. The knight on e2 beautifully protects the weakness on c3. You don't have to worry about that. And black's knight on f6 and black bishop on e6 does not really do much in this position.
And to these excellent insights, I would only add that it's much more important to control a square than it is to put a piece on it. I think a lot of players would be itching to put a knight on d4, and that would give somebody a rush. But as you correctly pointed out, defending the c3 pawn is very important. That d4 square isn't going anywhere. White doesn't need to put a piece on it in order to maintain his dominance over black's isolated queen pawn. So for the time being, if either piece goes to d4, I think it'll probably be the queen to keep the knight on its defensive post on e2.
Exactly. It also hits the pawn on a7, so it's like a tempo move. And besides, it opens up the way for rook from f1 to join the battle on the b file with rook b1. So queen d4, rook f1 is very much the natural way.
Is it fair to say that if black plays b6, that is a serious positional concession, since it opens up the a file to white's favor and creates an isolated pawn on the queen side?
Yeah, that's absolutely fair, and usually you do that if you have to, not because you want to.
Queen d4 looks fantastic. He's played it.
Yeah, it was a little bit surprising that he took a little bit more time for it than I thought, because it's so tempting, and I know Vidit very well, yeah, that this is the move that smiles on him. He wants to make it instantly, but he knows that this is a decisive game, very, very important. He still has time. And sometimes making sure that what you wish and what is the reality, they really align together.
Between b6 and a6, I would probably choose a6 as the lesser evil. Of course, it also contains a serious positional drawback. The b7 pawn becomes fixed in place. And of course, rook fb1 will be the natural follow-up. But black does have in his pocket the active move rook c4, dislodging the queen from d4. Of course, you have to be very careful not to allow queen a7, which would hit the pawn on b7 two different ways. Less than 2 minutes for Matthias now. He is really, really suffering here.
Yes, it's very unpleasant because you have to solve difficult strategical questions and you have to make a move which you don't want. He goes rook c5.
Queen d4 to b4 actually looks like a fantastic little queen sally. And then, of course, the knight could jump into d4 once the queen protects and supervises the c3 pawn. You could also go rook a3 at some point to overprotect that pawn so that both the queen and the knight can have a full range of motion. He's done it.
Yeah, queen b4, very nice. I mean, the idea of rook c5 was to try to provoke a6 when black could have played b6 and get some stability, but Vidit is not falling for this provocation.
And he's trying to provoke b6, and Matthias might have to fall for that provocation. Queen c8 seems to be the other way to protect b7, but bishop a4 can also be really unpleasant here.
Well, and rook f1 is coming, yeah, hitting the b7 pawn, and you will have to be forced to push b6. Yeah, bishop d3 first, just stepping out of any kind of d5, d4 tactics.
And look at that threat. Bishop d6 and bishop b5 would trap the exchange. And if black has to play a6, then rook fb1 wins the pawn. It comes with devastating effect. Black is collapsing. This is lost for Matthias Bluebaum.
Yes, this is actually incredible precision by Vidit. Yeah, queen d4, queen b4, bishop d3, and Matthias in a lot of trouble.
I don't see a move. He's got 45 seconds to find one. This has been a clinical positional display by Vidit. He has been on a mission in these first 18 moves. Take on b6.
Yeah, b6 finally. Yeah. Yeah, takes, and then the question, do you include bishop a6 or do you put the bishop immediately on b5? Both are very tempting.
Bishop a6 would force queen d8 because queen c6 walks into knight d4, which is immediately devastating. Yeah, bishop d6, going after the pawn.
Yeah, it's a pawn. Yeah, rook a5 is forced because rook c6, bishop b5, the same motive as before.
Okay, pockets the pawn there. Knight f8. Bluebaum curling up into a ball.
And now some bishop e5, bishop d4 regroupment could be very, very natural. But also you can just follow it up with knight d4. Now the queen on a5 beautifully protects the c6 pawn. And then you just bring all the pieces to the rook b1, and I don't know, black will not be able to survive this.
The time advantage is definitely not helping Matthias Bluebaum's cause. The German Grandmaster is breathing what seemed to be his last breaths in this line. Excellent time management for Vidit. He's up a minute on the clock. And maybe the e3 and c3 pawns constitutes black's only chance. You have to keep your heavy pieces trained on these two weaknesses and try to keep white's pieces at bay. But it's a team effort. King moves up to protect the pawn.
Yeah, also it shows sign of strength, yeah, when you already can allow yourself a move like king f2. And rook b1, rook b8, going after the queen.
Woo! What about knight e5 here? Trying to mix things up by getting the knight to c4. He's done it.
Yeah, well, I have so many tempting options. I even don't know what to
But I've played Matthias Bluebaum enough times online, and by enough I mean thousands. He is an incredibly resilient defender. I have found it very difficult to put him down, even when he's got seconds on his clock. So I would hesitate to call this game. Work is still required for Vidit, and I really like knight e5 from a practical standpoint.
Yeah, now white is spoiled with a choice. That's the problem of Vidit. He's taking his time. You don't really want to give up your bishop, but there is this interesting geometry, bishop e5, rook e5, c4, using the pin and then advancing the pawn to c5, and that c-pawn can simply decide the game.
Loved that move. Instead, he goes bishop a6, but now the bishop is pinned, and the time situation, even more importantly, has equalized Vidit down to 30 seconds. I think he should go rook a1 and reinforce this bishop, because bishop c8 might be unpleasant.
Yeah, with few seconds on the clock, you don't want to risk anything to miss a knight fork like knight c4 jumping in. But he goes queen b6.
Unpinning the bishop, and now Bluebaum should make a move to keep the tension. Maybe some luft with h6.
He goes knight c4, takes. Usually e4 would be the thematic move, yeah, e4, but can you sacrifice, I don't know, some knight takes e4, fe, queen e4, and just try your luck?
I thought he should have, but he makes some luft. 10 seconds for Vidit suddenly, and it feels like he's gone a little bit astray. 5 seconds for Vidit. Is he getting nervous? I'll look at the clock. I'll look at the board. The rook swings over to e1. He prevents knight takes e4. Good decision.
Yes, queen a2 check, rook e2, queen a1.
Hitting c3.
But now at least Matthias can start to fight.
And he keeps the queens on the board, which affords him better practical chances. Vidit is pursuing him with his own queen. Is the queen trade losing for black? No, but it's easier to play.
Yeah, I think that it's practically losing. He has to try to keep the queens on the board.
But how? Queen b6, rook b2, and the queen only has one escape square on d8. Ugh.
Yeah, that's a problem.
3
but
seconds
basically,
for
queen
blue
takes
bum.
a3. Yeah, queen b6 played.
Queen c5. Vidit stubborn, but Bluebaum is just not having it.
Knight h7, no, rook c8. Okay.
Rook back to e8, but queen d6. Oh, no, he has played queen d6, and that forces the queen trade.
Yes, okay. Now basically it's clear that white will win this game because white will just start advancing. I mean, this is a lovely structure. It's completely hopeless for black.
Gary has drawn his game, by the way, but we're watching the conclusion of the other one. And it just, black will not be able to protect all of the weak spots in his position and prevent the rook's infiltration. I don't know about knight e2, though.
Yeah, he wants to regroup the bishop to d4.
And the knight to f4.
Yeah. Yes, and okay, finally we're gonna see some g4, h4 advancement of the pawns on the king side.
There is no end in sight to black's suffering.
Yeah, the structure is just hopeless.
Bluebaum
d5.
trying his best, retooling his pieces,
And
but
rook
he's getting
b7.
pushed off the board. Rook b7, yep. And knight b6 ends it. Knight b6 ends the game.
Yep. Yeah, wins the piece.
And he's done it. And rook b8 and knight takes
Rook
d7.
b8.
That's it.
King f7 takes on
Okay.
c3, but okay, this is...
Wait, takes knight d1, takes in c3? Whoa! No. What does white do there?
Wow.
Oh,
Oh, and
rook
he didn't
c8.
go for it.
Rook c8 was the only winning move there.
rook
He
c8.
should have tried it. Instead, he's going to lose a second minor piece. And he's going to lose the game. Bluebaum is tilted.
Yeah, he will resign. That's it.
Why did Vidit play rook c2 and not rook b7 check? I do not know. But this is good enough. And Bluebaum is furious. You can just tell this is not how he intended to go down. But he has a chance with the white pieces.
Exactly. It's not over yet. Yeah, it's not the second game. This is always a... I think if you lose a game, then this is the ideal moment to lose. Because you know that you have a chance. We have seen all these heartbreaks of the players who lost the second game and then they had to exit the tournament. He still has a chance.
But the thing is, I think what's contributing to Bluebaum's mood is the fact that he did win the first 25 plus 10 game. He had chances in the second, so that's also circling in his mind. Now, the fact that the roles have been reversed, and it's Matthias, the German Grandmaster, who will have to win on demand with white against the incredibly solid Vidit in order to stay in the match and take things to the sudden death. Well, Anish Giri and his opponent, Nijat Abbasov, they drew their game. And we will be back, folks, with more World Cup action. The second game of the third stage of tiebreaks returns very shortly.
Chess Kid is fun. Chess is great for the brain, but it's also fun to play. And Chess Kid makes it easy to have fun. Whether your child is a total beginner or a prodigy, they can hop on and find a well-matched opponent from around the world at any time. Chess Kid is the safe, parent-approved way for your child to play chess online. Chess Kid is educational. To kids, it feels just like playing, but chess is a great way to learn patience, strategy, and critical thinking. Chess Kid features a comprehensive training program that guides kids to level up on their way to mastery. There are more than 50,000 chess puzzles and a whole library of entertaining videos that teach strategies, tactics, openings, and endgames specifically for kids. Chess Kid is easy. Whether you're a parent helping your child, a coach managing dozens of kids, or a school of hundreds. Signing up is free and easy, so what are you waiting for?
We have Magnus Carlsen's most incredible moments as world champion. This one right here is Vishwanathan Anand with the white pieces versus Magnus Carlsen in 2013. Here we go. So this is Nimzo Indian, famous variation, right? And the last move here was B3 from Magnus, just saying, hey, man, I'm trying to queen this pawn. And, of course, Anand is saying, I'm trying to mate your king. Cool, you can get your little queen. I'm just going to try to checkmate you, right? So, of course, this is a hint to move F5, B3. And he's like, cool. Viswanathan says, hey, okay, you can get this queen. I'm going to try to go for mate. So he goes queen F4, get another piece in the game. This looks very, very dangerous here. Knight C7. What the heck is going on? Knight to C7. He thought it'd be something spectacular. He was like, yeah, I'm waiting for this one. But it's just knight to C7. Defensive move. Cool. Allows F6 to happen here. F6 is going to take on G7. It's going to be kind of annoying, scary things happening with knight H5. Magnus plays G6. Okay, it's locked up. It's going to be scary if a queen gets to H6. Also, if the queen and a rook get to the H file, it's going to be a wrap for black here. Magnus is going to be mated. Okay, cool. So Magnus understands that. Vishy Anand understands that too and plays queen to H4. Where is he going, class? H6, right? He's about to mate. He's also trying to get the rook over here too as well. Okay, cool. With that being said, your move. What do you do now? It's black to move. Here's the move. Hence, knight C7 to put the knight on E8. The saying goes, a knight on E8 is actually F8. That's what they say. There is no mate. Anand understands this. He said, oh, there's no more mate. That's cool. I'm going to put my queen right here. What I'm trying to do is bring the rook up to F3 or F4 and actually go for this mate on H7 because you stopped the G7 mate. That's cool. Perfect. Well, Magnus understands this. So what does Magnus do in this position? Black to move. Here it is. Magnus says, cool, you want mate? Okay, that's cool, that's cool. Go for it. B2. Do your thing, big fella. Go ahead, Viswanathan Anand. So he says, okay, I will, young fella. Rook F4. He goes here and he's going for rook H4 mate. Wow. This is scary. Well, are you going to get your queen? You did all of this. Are you going to get your queen or not? Of course we are. B1 queen. Right, and after B1 queen, knight to F1 from Anand. And the move here that seals the deal is what, guys?
In the playing hall there, empty of players, save just a couple. And this is going to be game 2 of the third stage of matches of the round 3 tiebreaks here at the World Cup. The handshake has just occurred and the games have begun. And we will once again start with the Giri Abasov game with Matthias Bluebaum and Vidit, the other pair, in a must-win situation for the German Grandmaster. You can see Bluebaum and Vidit on camera, but there we see the match that we will focus on, an accelerated dragon in the game between Giri and Bluebaum. Giri and Abasov, Peter. Strange, not a common guest at the top level.
Yes, but it's kind of some anti-Sveshnikov move order, right? Because that explains it. Here white, and Anish goes for H3. Okay, so to me it seems that Anish is getting surprised all the time in the opening. This isn't the setup. Usually here black goes knight A5, takes that bishop on B3, goes B6, queen D7, bishop B7, and has a very comfortable position.
And no matter what he does, right, whether he plays E4 or D4, that's what's frustrating about it. He can't seem to escape Abasov's opening surprises. And in every one of these unorthodox openings, Abasov, he's not just playing something random to throw both of them off. He actually seems to be prepared idea-wise. And again, Anish Giri is the first to take a longer think.
Yeah, and this is a position where Anish has zero experience. I mean, usually you would say that Anish knows every position. Yes, he knows, but he also knows that this is perfectly fine for black. And there you go. Black gets this B6, bishop B7. He's going to go queen D7. It's a super solid construction.
Is there a case to be made for the maneuver knight D7, knight C5, or knight E5? Or does black keep the knight on F6 to exert more pressure on the E4 pawn?
Yeah, I think that it stays on F6 because sometimes if you go knight D7, white goes bishop G5 and then gets active with knight D5. You really want to keep control of the D5 square.
And so the move A6 also comes to mind. Typical Sicilian expansion of A6 and B5.
Exactly. Also A6, queen B8, rook D8, E6. I mean, just try to be as flexible as possible.
And white has no clear plan of improvement. And he has gone knight D7.
Okay, Anish is very happy. Of course. Now I think Anish is very happy. He's relieved. Okay, first of all, his opponent lost control with knight d7, also signaling that he isn't that familiar with this position. And he goes knight c5. He wants to take on d4, go knight e6, but this will be simply worse.
Terrible, not a terrible position, but the knight is clearly superior to the bishop. Maybe he just thought, I'll get the knight to c5 first and I'll think later. But on top of knight d5 now being unpleasant, there is also the more canonical idea of bishop h6. And black does not want to part ways with his dark squared bishop here. This was a serious positional mistake to get the knight to c5.
Yeah, and also we have seen Anish immediately moving around his chair. He feels that somehow black lost the control. Yeah, not just bishop h6, rook a1, straightforward play, simple play. And if it's simple moves in a blitz game, you can improve your position. That's a dream.
Black has a rather spicy idea in the form of e7, e5, and that might be what the doctor ordered for Abasov. Because if he plays a couple passive moves, well, Anish is going to get his rook into the center, his knight into d5. I think this e5, f5 idea, kind of like Musard tried to do against Wesley in his must-win position, might be something interesting to mix the position up.
Yes, it's basically black's only way to justify what he has done with knight d7, knight c5. Strategically, it was very risky, but if he gets this e5, f5 in, and he also gets access to the e6 square for his knight, then he can get serious counterplay.
Anish investing a serious amount of time as he falls behind on the clock. Bishop h6, the obvious move, but he keeps the status quo and keeps his options open by centralizing his rook.
Yeah, making also discouraging black from going e5 because of knight db5, and then the pawn on d6 will fall. And if black plays a6 at any moment, then the b6 square gets weakened.
Indeed. And now it's Abasov's turn to make an important decision. He can kick the can down the road with a neutral move like rook ac8, but not forever, because white is already prepared to play knight d5 in a big decision. Forcing the knights off the board is Nijat Abasov, and I think bishop h6 is automatic here to get this superior knight versus somewhat awkward bishop situation.
Yes, I mean, it's of course a very solid position for black, but one really feels that white can torture black. And what else do you ask for? Yeah, bishop h6 trade, rook d4. You start reinforcing the pieces somewhere. Knight d5. You might even fall back with the queen to d2, and just build up the pressure.
And no risk. You can chill out. White is minimally risking. Everything's defended. So in a high tension, high anxiety situation, you want a position like this where you can make a lot of moves quickly, and the price of a mistake is very low for white. Yeah, white can make an inaccuracy. It's not going to change the fundamental nature of the position. If black accidentally allows knight d5 in the wrong version or plays a6 and weakens b6, the situation could go from, slightly suspicious to really, really bad.
Exactly, very well put. Now we are seeing rook d4, queen d2. That was exactly the maneuver I was talking about. White will be ready to jump with the knight to d5. Eventually, white can even improve the position with rook e1 to e3, just to make sure that never any rook takes c2 unexpected tactics could ever work. And by the way, white also still has the f4, f5 idea at some point. Of course, you don't need to, but just important to have it in mind.
Quick update, Matthias Bluebaum is losing. Matthias Bluebaum is collapsing with white against Vidit. Should we go for no more than 30 seconds to that other game? Because I think we might get a result there very shortly, and we promise, we will go back to the Geary game, but this is important. This is a disaster that has struck Matthias Bluebaum, and he's borderline lost with 2 minutes down on the clock.
Yeah, it's Vidit. Yeah, I also felt like the way how Vidit was sitting there, he was so focused, he was so concentrated. Tanya was mentioning some insights like Vidit is meditating a lot. It might also help him to stay calm in very critical moments.
And he seems uber calm, as he was in the previous game, as he converted that pawn up position. Bluebaum has good-looking knights that are defending each other. He's threatening queen g5 check, but Vidit has this massive battery against white's g2 pawn. And the way to exploit it is to go knight d5 to f4, attacking the pawn 3 different ways. And so white cannot take on b7. White would have to play the weakening f3, and black can solidify the knight with g5, and he's done just that.
Yes, of course, it's also a very tempting move. Yeah, knight f4, f3, and then, for example, g5. But even some case to be made for simple moves, I don't know if he is fancy enough to play g5 in such circumstances.
Knight takes c2 and queen c5 check also seems perfectly sufficient. All Vidit needs is a draw, and he seems to have this virtually in the bag.
Yeah, and he goes for the simple knight e2. He does not need to win the game. Yeah, this is the natural play. Give a check on c5. You might be targeting that knight exactly with bishop c6.
Of course, the bishop is hanging, so you shouldn't play a6, although that should be calculated. a6, knight b7, queen b5, but why? When bishop c6 is a simple, safe, powerful move, white runs the risk of losing a minor piece. This one seems to be over.
Yeah, and the terrible news for Matthias is that even if he escapes with a draw by some miracle, it will not help him, yeah?
For a6, I think we can entrust the rest of the winning process to Vidit and go back to our more hotly contested game as Bluebaum desperately tries to generate counterplay. Shall we go back to the Anish Giri affair?
Yes, let's jump back there.
Here we go. The last move, b4. Anish meeting Abasov at the top, trying to isolate the b5 pawn. Look at this. And wait a second. The eval bar hates that move.
Yeah, well, I mean, already
Rook
the
c4.
last... Wow, rook c4 is possible. Oh my god, yeah, takes
it
on the board.
And Giri assumed that black has to take on b4, and that was the mistake, because now, if white plays rook takes c4 and ba, the move b4, Peter, causes white's position to completely collapse. White will lose everything. e4, b2, a5, and the bishop on b7 becomes a monster. Oh my gosh.
Yes, this is a stunning development because white lost the control. It looked very nice, looked like risk-free, and all of a sudden after rook c4 the position collapses and the stability of the knight on c6, that was the key, and this is what white is losing now.
Unbelievable. And Anish made a couple of slightly too cavalier moves. He didn't nurture his advantage. He let black get his rooks doubled on the c file and his queen centralized on e5, and now he's paying the price for it. b4 was only the latest in a series of inaccurate moves, culminating in a big mistake, and he's now down to a minute on the clock. He is objectively borderline lost. He has to trade and take on a5. I don't see an alternative. Perhaps he can throw in the move f4, but that might have the opposite effect of weakening his position even more.
Yeah, but he has to do it. F for queen e6.
Now what?
And if he loses this game, then he's out of the World Cup.
The winner of this game advances. The loser is out of the World Cup. 1 second ago, we thought Giri was running no risk whatsoever. Now he is objectively lost on the board and a minute down on the clock. He needs a miracle. And he's given up b4.
Yeah, okay, rook takes b4, rook e1, trying to hang on to the pawn, but the rook on b4 cannot be trapped. The pawn on e4 is hanging. Black has all kinds of possibilities here.
You do have to watch out for knight a2 at some moment. That move is very easy to miss. The knight jump to a2 has to be monitored carefully.
Okay, so he wants to trade queens with queen c5. That's what I'm guessing, yeah? The move. Queen c8 signals this.
Queen c5, and then he will get a free hand in the endgame. 25 seconds for Anish. He's about to move his king to h2. And a4. Make that passer.
Yeah, there was an argument already in the previous move, but if he plays queen c8, he's gonna go queen c5.
And does Giri trade queens? I think he has to. Where else would he go?
Yeah, takes rook a1. Try to hope that you liquidate into some bad endgame, but maybe holdable.
8 seconds for Anish. He's investing the rest of his time here, trying to find the best saving chances. 3 seconds. 2, 1. He's got to move. He's going to flag, and he flagged.
My god. Oh my god, he froze completely.
Froze and dropped his queen, but you cannot make a move with 1 second on the clock, and Nijat Abasov will not even have to show any technique. He defeats Anish Giri, knocking him out of the World Cup with the black pieces. Improbable, given the position that they just had.
Yes, and just in a couple of moves.
Oh, and what do we have in our other game? Still looks winning for Vidit, but in a time scramble situation, anything can happen.
But look at this gorgeous knight on d3.
Bishop d5, I think, supporting the pawn that supports the gorgeous knight.
Yes. But okay, with 10 seconds on the clock, playing such a calm little move like bishop D isn't easy.
I'm still getting over what we just saw. Nijat Abbasov knocks out Anish Giri, and Vidit with his last second. He takes the knight and gives up the pawn. This is still a game.
Yeah, this is now
still a game. Queen F4, good move. 2 seconds. And he mobilizes his rook. H4.
Yeah, H4. Okay, Black would have played H6.
Oh, where does he go? Queen G... Oh, H3.
Wow.
Oh, Vidit's choking
Dramatic.
this. Vidit is choking this. Queen D2. H6, G4. He's blended the knight. Queen H4 check. Now Blue Bomb is winning. It's mate. Oh my gosh. King D7, though, he runs away, and now Vidit has some counterplay. But not for long.
Unbelievable turnaround.
This is insanity. This was dead winning, and all he needed was a draw. Now he's losing all of his pieces.
Yeah, the bishop is lost, but rook H3 check. There is still some check. It's not enough,
and
but...
Queen comes back to G2, and it's over, and Blue Baum recovers. Are you kidding me?
Unbelievable. I mean, this is unbelievable stuff. He was completely busted. It was completely lost, hopeless situation. It looked like you can bet your house, everything on Vidit progressing, but no, Blue Baum strikes back, and we get a sudden dead blitz game.
In any other situation, this would be not just a win for Vidit, but we wouldn't even be talking about a recovery by Blue Baum. Not only does he recover and not lose, he actually turns the game around and wins. He was tilted after the last game. He was tilted out of the opening. Somehow he finds the inner reserve of strength to win this game and force a 3+2 sudden death, which means we will continue to commentate, and we will be taking one more break. Peter, my mind is absolutely blown by what we have seen today.
Yeah, I can understand. I mean, also now Anish being knocked out, and you know, I remember exactly. You guys, I think, with Anish were covering that situation when Dingley then in the World Championship match lost on time to Nepo, and Anish was shouting that Dingley then froze, literally froze, or move, and this is exactly what happened to him.
Incredible. He sat and sat and sat. He couldn't find a satisfactory move. There was no satisfactory move, but he had to do something. Trade the queens, hope against hope for some recovery in the end game. Warm congratulations to Abbasov. Another huge upset, and we will be back, folks, with more World Cup action. Vidit and Blue Baum will contest a sudden death blitz match to determine who advances to round 4. But first, a short break. We'll be right back.
Do you wish playing a chess game with a friend was as easy as sending them a text? Well, good news. Now it is. With Chess.com's new iMessage app, you can start and play a game directly in iMessage. Your friend doesn't even need a Chess.com account. It's just tap and play. Head over to go.chess.com/iMessage or use the command iMessage in chat to learn more.
Folks, do not move from your chairs because we have a sudden death blitz game, 3 minutes, with a 2-second increment between Vidit Gudrathi and his opponent, German Grandmaster Matthias Bluebaum, who has just won on demand in the most improbable fashion from a dead lost position to force this blitz tiebreaker. They are playing sudden death. The winner of this game wins the match and advances to the 4th round. The loser goes home. If they draw, they continue playing blitz games until a winner is determined. Peter, we were watching Vidit before the game. He is nervous. He is terrified. And here we go.
Yes, here we go. It's unbelievable because I have never seen Vidit being so nervous. He was shaking with his leg. It just clear that he couldn't calm himself down after what happened in the previous game.
Now, Vidit does have the major advantage of the white pieces. He has put a lot of pressure on Matthias in these Queen's Gambit decline structures, and they've already had several IQP positions. Here's another one. And who benefits in this particular isolated Queen Pawn structure? Black seems to be fairly active, but I'd have to go with an edge for white.
Yeah, it's a very solid position for both sides, but here white has the grip on the isolated pawn, so it's clear that black needs to equalize. White has some chances.
It's much harder than it looks to carry out d4 and live to tell the tale. Instead, Bluebaum taking a more passive stance. And what about bishop takes d6 and knight e2, knight d4 with a very nice blockade on the pawn?
Yeah, you can blockade, but you can also say that you don't need to blockade immediately.
Great move, bishop b1.
Yeah, he wants also something like queen d2, rook fd1, targeting that pawn. Yeah, bishop e6 played. White goes for your plan knight e2, which is the standard one. White has secured an edge. The only question is how much it is, but it's always a very pleasant one when you already can ask such questions.
Queen a4 asking more questions and deploying the queen to an active square, kind of aiming at the knight and the pawn and encouraging Bluebaum to withdraw his bishop, which he does. And in turn, Vidit withdraws his queen to b3. More questions getting asked. But Bluebaum continues to chase the block as it moves and parks itself on c3 and attacks the knight. And there is the tactical bishop b5 counterattacking e2, or he could simply drop back to c6.
Yeah, he goes for queen b6. A bit strange. He didn't try to use the momentum in order to change the character of the position. I was expecting bishop b5.
Uh-huh. Okay. What now? Knight d4, knight f4, rook d1, lots of possible moves. He's playing with an abundance of caution.
Yes, it's also very much with its style. Just stabilize. This is an advantage. He will have g4, king g2. I mean, he can expand on the king side, so he can combine play against the isolated pawn, plus advancing his pawns on the king side.
And watch this game be a draw. They're going to extend the fun by one more game.
Yeah, but it's quite unpleasant because whenever white advances g4, king g2, king g3, h4, I mean, also we trade, even if we trade both rooks, then white still has this g4, g5, while they are kicking that knight from f6, and if you go g7, g5, then the f5 square will be weak. So there are a lot of long-term problems here.
And Vidit likes these positional squeezes in a 3-minute time control. It takes a lot of time for black just to make moves, to make sure that you don't blunder d5 and that you don't give white undue activity. So from a blitz perspective, this is a dream scenario for Vidit. Essentially no risk. Although I hesitate to say that phrase now after what we've seen in both of our blitz matches.
Yes, that's true, but still it's so hard to imagine. Here white can eventually just take on c6 and put the other knight on d4, just making sure that you don't have to even think about any knight jumps to e5.
My inclination would be to trade one pair of rooks with white, but Vidit keeps both of them on the board as he withdraws from the c-file. He says, I don't care about the c-file because I have the c2 square firmly under my control. And Bluebaum potentially preparing to double on the c-file. Vidit can do the same on the e-file, on the d-file, but you do have to at least keep track of the potential knight jump to e4. As Vidit, I think, trying to get his bishop to a more combative square where it pressures the d5 pawn.
Yeah, the very famous Ivan Chukaronyan game comes to mind from Morelia 2007, I believe, where Chuki has used this rook c1 to d1. I think Vidit very much remembers that game, and he came up with this idea knowing that game.
Bluebaum trying to find the best defensive setup as he drops his bishop into b5. Of course, knight takes b5, very inadvisable because black will pick up the bishop. And the bishop will have to move. Rook takes c2 is now a threat. You can chase the rook with bishop f5. Instead, he takes the more modest approach and tucks the bishop away on b1.
Yeah, bishop a4, that's a good move because you want to provoke b3 in order to weaken the c3 square.
f3 stopping knight e4.
Yes, very important. Now white will play king f2, g4, h4. Those are the thematic moves.
Very unpleasant position for black. This long-term plan of kingside expansion is made all the more nasty by the fact that black has no prospects down the c-file, no real prospects on the queen side, but I would contemplate a move like a5 and a4 just to try to mix things up a little bit, cause tickle white on the queen side, but instead Bluebaum focused on building up his defenses on the other side of the board.
I think he's preparing knight g8, knight e7, regrouping his knight to e7, protecting his knight, his pawn on d5. It's a clever idea, but it's a very passive position.
And he's burning a lot of time to figure that defensive setup out. He's reached a minute now, and Vidit's time advantage has grown to 25 seconds. That is big. And knight g8, good call.
Well, it was the logical call, but I'm not liking it. Yeah, if you already have to use such drastic measures, it means that the position is really, really critical.
I think a knight regrouping of white's own can be contemplated here. Knight e2 and knight f4, putting more direct pressure on the d5 pawn. And the bishop on b1, very important defensive piece. It is holding both of black's rooks at bay. And now it's Vidit's turn to drop under a minute.
Yeah, because he got the maximum and it's not so easy. If you play rook d2, then black plays instantly rook c1, tries to trade one. Yeah, rook h1, he's trying to create something on the king side.
Trying to induce light square weaknesses, in particular the f5 square. But this could backfire, Peter. If you play h5, g5 prematurely, black in some circumstances could potentially push f5 and park the king on f6 and recapture that pawn. So there is potential for tactics as Vidit refuses the knight trade and discovers an attack on the d5 pawn.
Yeah, so knight e7 will be played, yeah, on the board. We are expecting knight f4. Yeah, knight f4.
Indeed. And now the pawn hanging once again. 30 seconds for Matthias Bluebaum as he defends it from e6. But now the bishop is under pressure as well. Does white play h5 or does he keep the tension for the time being?
He keeps, yeah. He wants to stabilize that knight on f4. g5, a bit committal choice.
Black takes on g5. I thought he was going to go h5 and instead he's trying to trade more pieces, but takes an e4. Very unpleasant position.
Wow, e4 is a great call, yeah, because e4 d takes, e4 knight takes e6, you destroy the pawn structure and black is full of holes and weaknesses.
Vidit realizing that he's got a chance here, taking his time, 20 seconds on the clock, he's got to make a move. e4 transforms his advantage, and he's done it. And black is in trouble.
In a lot of trouble.
Take the bishop first, ruin black's structure. Bishop is stronger than the knight. Rook on d1 controls a lot of important squares, and black runs the risk of losing a pawn here.
Yes, okay, the knight will go to f5, but even somewhere bishop takes f5 could be very unpleasant look endgame. But he's not in
Rook
time
d6.
to reach that even.
Rook b6. Rook b6
Yes.
ties black down completely. And some of these rook endgames are going to be lost because of the placement of black's king.
Yeah, absolutely.
Oh my gosh. Bluebaum's in huge trouble.
Knight d5 runs into bishop takes d5, ed, and then the king comes. Also, rook f6 check is always there. It's hopeless.
This is winning. King e3, king d4. Black is cut off and tied down to the pawn on g6. 6 seconds for Vidit, but it should be enough to allow him to convert this winning endgame.
Yeah, black needs some active defense, but with this g6, g5 fix, you don't have activity.
You have to go rook d7. Okay, he tries. He's giving up a lot of his pawns, but Vidit doesn't have to take b7. There is no rush at all. He can make all the improvements first.
Yes, and he does.
Completely winning. Barely made that move. 2 seconds for Vidit. He barely made his move. Rook takes g6, and he's dropping all his pawns. Banking on the d-pawn. The last hope for Bluebaum.
Yes, but rook g8, yeah, and then, yeah, the rook is coming from behind.
Rook e8, no, rook d8. And, wait a second, still not totally over. Bluebaum activating his pawn. And Vidit might have to give up his rook at the right moment for that pawn.
Yeah, but he has
G6.
2 pawns, yeah.
Oh,
Even
G6
rook
was
d5.
totally winning.
Wow.
Oh, he's getting a little nervous, but G6 still winning.
Yes.
King G5, that's it. Oh, with 2 seconds.
King gets to h6.
Zigzagging around. Rook F5 draw! Rook F5 draw!
Wow. Unbelievable.
He squandered
Unbelievable.
it. Rook takes F3.
Oh my god.
And black will win the newly promoted queen. And he.
Oh my
blue bomb.
god.
Oh, but he lost it.
Rook
And he lost
c5.
it. He had to go King D4 to stop Rook C5, and black-white will win. Oh.
Unbelievable.
No frickin' way. That's
Unbelievable. I cannot believe what we have just witnessed.
There was a draw. Black had to go anywhere but where he went. He allowed this bridge construction. And if he had gone up with his king, it was an instant draw. And now he will play until the bitter end. It is mate.
Unbelievable, because he find the defense, yeah? He find this rook f5, rook takes f3. Unbelievable, he cannot believe. And with it through to the next round. What a drama.
And Matthias Bluebaum, you feel for him. He fought like a lion. He found the only way to, not even to save that game, the only way to not lose. He came within a move of drawing that game as the players there cordially discussing this crazy sequence of moves that concluded the tiebreaker portion. And Dronavali Harika in the women's section, she is going to play out another game, I think, with Lela Javakishvili. We will get you an update on that. Let's see.
Well, this is a winning position for her.
No, but this was from the first tiebreaker game.
Yes. Okay.
So they are about to play another game.
Wow. Okay. Then the action continues.
Action continues.
And what a match. I mean, this Bluebaum with it, incredible. I mean, this is the World Cup. Total heartbreaks for all the fans whose player is exiting from the World Cup. And now German chess fans will be very disappointed. I mean, what a save it looked like, you know, all Germany shouting, rook f5, yes, Matthias holds, and then with this devilish rook c5 trick, seals the game, nevertheless.
I mean, literally, just, you cannot make this stuff up. You cannot script it better in Hollywood. And, of course, somehow, Dronavali and Javakishvili managed to draw 3 blitz games in a row. And maybe that has to do with both of them playing with an abundance of caution, right? The stress influencing their decisions and making them make more passive, less risk decisions. But we will see how this game goes with Javakishvili having the white pieces.
Yeah, we actually haven't seen how those last 3 games ended, though we did see that in the 25-minute section, Harika won the first game, and then Lila bounced back, and ever since 3 draws, and now all eyes on Javakishvili having the white pieces.
Indeed, and the game should begin any second now. Hopefully they don't wait. Hopefully they don't make the players wait too long, because you know these moments before the game begins is so nerve-wracking. It's spinning around in your head. Once the game starts, you lock in.
Yeah, if you already have a break, you would like to have it in your restroom or in a resting area where you can just chill. Yeah, once you're already seated at the board, you cannot really relax.
Yeah, the arbiters are also fully ready. Not sure what the holdup is, but the handshake should be happening any second now.
And look at Harika's finger. Yeah, she's playing with the pawn. This is the typical way of trying to calm yourself down. You get some activity going on.
Everybody has their, you know, their tell, whether it's moving your foot frantically or fidgeting with a piece or changing your seating position. Everybody's got something, and all of the tells come out in these situations.
Yeah, we have seen before how Vidit was trying to calm himself down, but he wasn't really able. Luckily for him, he got a dream situation, yeah, that he was only playing for 2 results, had everything under control. and Matthias never had a counter chance. That was the point. That's why Vidit could handle the situation so well.
Indeed. And it was an exquisite game by Vidit, really until the very last moves. And just the most improbable sequence, one of the most improbable sequences that I have ever seen in my life. But that's what nerves do too, with last seconds. And I don't know why they're not starting the game yet, but I'm ready for some action. There we go. They heard me. And the clocks begin. Lela Javahishvili has the white pieces, and Harika with a d4 g6 bomb going for the win right from the start.
But why? I mean, it's not a must-win situation.
Nope.
What is happening?
In the event of a draw, they simply play another game. And c3, a solid line by Javahishvili.
But it caught Javahishvili by surprise. Yeah, she did spend some time, and she did not want to be provoked. She plays the most natural one, and here's knight c6 supposed to be the best setup. Yeah, knight c6 e5, and she goes for it.
And this is an uber solid continuation for white, kind of minimizing and mitigating the risk. Bishop to g5, I think, is a typical way of developing. You could play rook e1, you could play h3. There's a lot of different ways of positioning your minor pieces here.
Yes, I think when I was playing this from the white side, like in the middle of the 90s, I was actually the one who went for this rook e1 h3 and then knight h3, knight c2 kind of construction. Bishop g5, bishop h4, I was never such a big fan of developing that bishop to h4. It's more like a reverse Rieti kind of approach.
And e5, counter-striking in the center, is Jonavali Harika. Javahishvili burning a lot of clock here. She's 40 seconds down.
She's not familiar with the position at all, so maybe it was a very nice call from Harika.
Really taking her time. She's down to 2 minutes, and the position's still peaceful in the sense that white can play pretty quickly, but if things heat up, she's going to regret it. She's made a move.
One of the, she played knight bd2, she developed, and then black plays queen e8. Exactly, that's the typical idea. You sidestep out of the pin and you get ready for some knight h5, knight f4 action. She releases the tension with d takes e5.
He releases the tension indeed, but while the structure is relatively symmetrical, that doesn't mean it's a draw. Obviously, black has a lot of active ideas on the king side. Knight f6 to h5 to f4 is one of the key ideas, I think, to develop an initiative on the king side.
Yeah, and white plays f3. She's trying to bring her bishop back to f2, but it weakens. It weakens some squares.
I would go knight h5. I would really be enjoying myself here with black. It feels like black's got the easier play on the king side.
Yeah, she already activated her knight to f4. Bishop fell back to f1. It's still a very solid position, of course, for white, but black has serious counterplay.
Extremely solid position. I would maybe consider completing the development with bishop e6. And then
it's the logical way. Yeah, it's just get that bishop. But this bishop on h4 is kind of still a bit tricky. Yeah, it eyes the d8 square. She opts for b6.
And Lela pushing a4, both sides grabbing space on the queen side. Knight d2 usually moves up to c4. And this is a move I would just kind of throw in, and then maybe get the queen off of the d-file so that it could be replaced by the rook. And
yes, I mean, queen c2, yeah, queen c2, rook a d1, eventually the knight heading to e3. It's kind of a very typical setup.
Black still up 30 seconds here on the clock. The position remains fairly simple for both sides to handle.
Yeah, but I do feel like a little bit white improved. I'm not sure that this b6 a5 was really called for, and she goes for bishop a6. She wants to trade the light squared bishops. It isn't so obvious to me who benefits from this.
I feel like white's a smidge better after knight e3, with ultimately the idea of situating the knight on d5, but as long as black's knight is on f4, that's not easy to achieve. I mean, c6, b3. Okay.
Yeah, no, this is strange. This is strange. I mean, yes, I understand that you want to keep the knight on c4, but doesn't look so harmonious.
And the bishop drops back to f2, declining the trade of dark squared bishops is Javahishvili. And it's easy to blunder. Oh, Well, rook a d8, knight takes c5 has to be calculated, but I think black will be able to recapture there on c3 with the queen.
Yes. Yes, but so many strategical finesses and no time for the players. Yeah, they are both close to 1 minute on the clock.
Rook f to d8, and white is likely to play rook a d1. I mean, we are starting to head in the direction of a lot of heavy piece trades.
Yeah, rook a d1 is kind of thematic.
And king g7, good move by Harika, keeping the tension.
Yeah, I mean, you have to wait and you have to make quick moves. Yeah, you have to keep the pressure on your opponent.
What now for Javahishvili? Does she play king h1? Does she also make a waiting move? Or does white chase away the knight with g3 and then implement the knight e3, knight d5 maneuver? That would be the more aggressive approach.
Yeah, but with 1 minute on the clock, I somehow feel like maybe rook d1, rook d8, rook d1 will be played. It's a nervous situation.
Bishop e3, knight e6. Could get a repetition of moves if white plays bishop f2.
No, but that wasn't the idea of bishop e3 to repeat.
Yeah. And takes on d8. We might get a trade here of all of the rooks.
Yeah, takes. If already you took on d8, I guess it's logical to follow it up with rook d1.
But then I feel like takes knight c5, and suddenly black gets some threats. Knight takes a4, and white's got to watch out here. Less than 30 seconds also.
Suddenly it's tricky.
Uh-oh.
Queen c2, knight takes...
move.
Knight takes a4, knight takes a5, yeah, still holds the position.
So Harika, what does she do?
h5,
she played
just
h5,
push the pawn.
Keeping the tension. Bishop
yeah, very nice little
h4.
move. Bishop c8.
Getting the bishop around to e6. I feel like black is definitely pressing here. No question about it.
But now knight d2. This was a nice stabilizing move. Black opts for queen d6, knight c4, no, bishop c4. Queen e7. Very nervous situation. White is down to 15 seconds.
And she's freezing. She's down to 10 seconds. Bishop d5 centralizing the bishop. And the knight can go around to f4, but Harika going on the dark squares there. And this trade would benefit black. Knight f1.
Yeah, knight f1.
Oh man, bishop a6 almost looks tempting. Bishop e6, I don't know about that. A trade. And white is worse because of the weak pawns on the queen side.
But
back
okay,
to
queen
e7.
d2. Yes, back to e7. Correct call. Yeah, with little time on the clock.
Queen a3.
It's very
maybe
tricky.
Infiltrating. Woo!
Wow.
Oh, what a move. What a move. Queen takes c3. She'll drop the pawn. And she's losing.
Oh my god.
King f6. Wait. Oh, why that check? That was hasty by Harika. She had king f6. But still probably better.
It's all nerves.
Knight c5, pawn on b3 is lost. I think she's losing.
Okay, she needs knight c4 and then bring the king. King f6.
c6 and b5 will create a second passer. Harika doesn't need to hurry. She's got 30 seconds. King c5, king b4.
But clearly she's very nervous.
Oh, knight d4.
And she gave contra chance.
Huge counterplay. And she goes back. Oh, but here comes her king.
Okay, but some counterplay h4, g4,
G4.
exactly.
Ho, ho, ho. Wait a second. How do you stop the pawn? You go
there will
f6
be
and knight
f6,
f7.
knight f7, yes.
Wow. And she's winning.
She is winning. And knight g5 check takes the pawn, even.
g2. Promoting. And that's it. And she's touched the knight, but it doesn't matter. Harika is going to win.
But hang on, what kind of piece? Ah, yes, okay, queen. Yeah, that's it. Harika cannot believe she's crying from the joy, the happiness that she qualified, from the relief.
The pressure up until the very last move is played. Doesn't matter if you're up a queen, you're up 3 queens. It's unimaginable, and you can mess up at any moment. Dronavali Harika, it took her 2 blitz games, and she ends it with a victory, promoting her pawn and defeating Lela Javahishvili. 2 incredible blitz matches that we just saw.
Yeah, and we have seen that how important it is to have the slightly upper hand in a more or less equal position, but where you can pose some problems. Yeah, you can play faster, you can put pressure on the clock, and it's so easy to blunder something with 10 seconds on the clock.
My goodness, this rapid time control produces some of the craziest games in the World Cup. But folks, that was the last game of the day. Both the open and the women's section had matches that came all the way down to sudden death. We congratulate Vidit for defeating Matthias Blubaum and, of course, Dronavali Harika, as well as the other winners of today's tie breaks. Exhausting day, Peter. Almost 6 hours of action. I'll pass it to you one more time for your concluding thoughts on this insane day of action.
Well, I think luckily for everyone, tomorrow will be a rest day, and we can recover from all the action. The players can recover, because yeah, really, we have seen what kind of tension we have witnessed. Vidit was shaking his leg, the super cool Vidit, who basically never shows any emotions, finally qualifies with this incredible craziness in that look-end game. Well, I hardly find the words. Harika's reaction after winning her game, yeah, that it was so emotional. It just shows what it means for the players to qualify. Anish Giri's heartbreaking loss at the end, just blundering there, this counterplay, not being able to react at the end. He just froze and lost on time. These are all nerves.
And so many other upsets. But Wesley So, he manages to go through. It took a little bit of luck, but he's through. Alexander Kostenyuk is out, as are many of the other pre-tournament favorites. Folks, we had a great time commentating for you this weekend. Tomorrow is a rest day, so don't tune in the morning expecting to see World Cup action. The next round will be coming your way on August 9th. The start time is the same. It'll be 7 a.m. Eastern time, and it'll be the first match game of the 4th round, and then the tournament will follow the standard procedure. But for now, it's time for us to end, and it's time for us to take our well-deserved rest and for the players to take theirs. And for now, folks, this was Grandmaster Daniel Nerditsky and Grandmaster Peter Leko bidding you goodbye from the 2023 World Cup. The action continues, not tomorrow, but on Wednesday. We will see you very soon. Bye.
Bye-bye.